Hello, Penguin. Hey, Quint. Happy Sunday. Okay, let me go get some tea. I don't even need a countdown. It's gonna be very quick. And then we're gonna start. We have one mission. Implement a jitter buffer of some kind. Not a super sophisticated one. I don't even know what a super sophisticated one looks like. Um, so just a first stab at something that resembles a jitter buffer. Hopefully get rid of the mutexes that we currently have, and then I don't know, see where that leads us. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Time to jitter that buffer. Uh, huh. So, where do I start? Let's start from network. And let's start from the receiving end. Yeah. So let's change receive. Here, receive takes in a buffer, takes in a packet, decodes it, and then writes it. No. No. No, 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 no. Not anymore. Not anymore. So ultimately, we need to go and change our audio caller. So audio caller doesn't have a voice stream anymore, but it has actually it doesn't even have a decoder at this point. Maybe it should have a decoder. It's that is fine, maybe. No, yeah, it should have both of these things. Yeah, they just change role. It needs to have a voice, a decoder, and a well, the actual jitter buffer, I guess. So we can call it network buffer, packet buffer, packet buffer. And this needs to be what? So this needs to be something that the network must be able to append to. Uh, the audio thread needs to be able to pull from it atomically, and it needs to support reordering. So I think this should be a swap buffer, maybe a swap buffer with two element buffers that you keep swapping. No, no, no. It needs to be something else. I guess it needs to be an atomic ring buffer. The problem is that an atomic ring buffer doesn't support the operation that we need. Hmm. Uh, no, I think I get it. I think reordering is something that the audio thread does. So it should be an atomic ring buffer. That's it. That's all it need to be. This is all it needs to be. No need packets. Uh, do we call it an atomic stream? Yeah. Okay. I am starting to get it. This is an atomic stream of some kind of packet. Do we really want it to be generic? Honestly, it's not a bad idea to make this data structure generic because I think we might need it again. So atomic stream. I've never written an atomic synchronized ring buffer. Um, mm, 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 mm. Well, I guess this guy has return. Head read, which is an index use size. It needs to be an atomic use size. Do we make an atomic value? I don't know. Let's make those atomic values. Oops. Value. Um, it needs to have a size. You know what? I'm really tempted to change stream to support this. Why not? Why not just make the other one like this? Why not just change buffer to be atomic? Hmm. I think there might be no reason not to make the other guy atomic, not to have ring buffer support atomicity. Actually, you know what? I'm actually not sure about this. Let's do the work and see where we land. Hmm. So we don't make those atomic values then, or maybe we should. Maybe we should switch and make them atomic. You know what? More type safety. So the atomic value. Hello, Sitsi. What the fuck? What is this shit, man? Why are we like this? See you. Bye, penguin. Oh, wait a second. These operations are doing read and then write. These operations are written and write in a non-atomic manner. In a non-atomic manner, but I think that is not a problem because yeah, we just need to make sure that we read them atomically the first time and we write them back atomically. Um, what are you going for? I'm writing a open source, self-hostable Discord alternative, and I'm implementing voice calls. More specifically, I have already um, most streams, uh, most things working. Like voice calls pretty much work, but when you do them over the network, they have um, audio artifacts because I'm missing this bad boy, a jitter buffer. I need to buffer a little bit voice packets so that this adds delay, but you know the network is not perfect, so sometimes it will be late at delivering a packet, and so we use that buffer to make sure that we don't like run out of audio data to play. The Teufel, 30 stream streak. Thank you. Holy shit. Okay, so far so good. We are now reading the right index and we are writing the right index now. So we need to make these operations atomic in the case of atomic stuff. So uh, const idx equals if atomic self dot write index dot load. Actually, no. You know what? The assume capacity ones are weird. You know what I just noticed? This ring buffer doesn't bump up the read index. So when we wrap around and we start consuming all entries, this guy needs to move forward also the read index, not only the write index. Oh no. Where did you copy the source code from? Why are you assuming that I'm copying source code? Why are you not assuming that I'm writing this code? Just use the backer in the main data, bro. You guys sound like you might be more interested in a vibe coding stream than this. Um, sheet. Shit. Right slice assume capacity. Does this move forward the read? This does not move forward the read index. Ah. These are YouTube comments. When you don't see the time, they come from YouTube. I'm also live streaming on YouTube. Huh. Yeah, we'll need to reassess what happens in a non-atomic. So let's do this. If we set assume capacity, if atomic, compile error. Problem is that now write slice wants to use write assume capacity. That is so annoying. Okay. Perfect. Now here, Hmm. What's the right mode for this stuff? I don't know. Let's do Aquirel. Hmm. Okay. Then we have right slice assume capacity. So right slice assume capacity needs to be com right slice impl. Hello Ash. Right slice impl. I'm gonna move. That is perfect. Okay. Then up here, right slice needs to call right slice impl. Yes. We need to complain that the wrapping version doesn't work in atomic mode. Hmm. We are. Um, we're gonna have to touch Objective C maybe a little bit more today, but not much. This is mostly gonna be data structure implementation to implement a jitter buffer. Right now, I'm taking my ring buffer implementation and I'm adding it a comp time switch to make it synchronized. So to use atomics to move, read and write indices. And well, yeah, that's it. Yeah. um, let's go back to Zig 100%. So, yeah, assert that samples len is this. Then data start. There we go. We want to mask, but here we need to load this data correctly. Then we're gonna reuse it again to write index. Then and then we change to the next function. Okay. So again, so far so good. This is not too bad. So also turning this stuff into atomic, like adding an atomic support, really not too bad. Yeah, it just requires minimal changes on the outside, essentially. Okay. Write zeros assume capacity, same as before. This one also essentially exhibits the same characteristics of the other ones. Essentially. This is very zeros assume capacity though. We need to say that this is not supported though. Yeah, maybe I should even remove these things because right zeros assume capacity. Uh, yeah. Or let's do invariance first and then the rest. Okay, right slice forwards. I think that again for simplicity, just not supported in atomic mode. Read calls read assume length. We're gonna need to change this. Read assume length not supported in atomic mode. Okay. We'll see. In any case, read last calls read last assume count. Wait, read first, read last. What? Consume a sample from the ring buffer return. It returns null if the ring buffer is empty. Okay, what's the difference? Oh, read first, like it's like read many, read n things into a slice. Um, I think that for now we can say that it's not supported. I think we can change these if we have a reason to, but this is fine. So now we have the problem, right? Is empty, is full, length. Well, const w equals if atomic stuff dot write index dot load read index return. Okay, so this is empty, is full. We need R and W. Then len, same concept. There we go. That's it. Almost. Slice last. Returns the select with the last length. I guess. Oh, this is right index. Okay. Okay. So why will people use this open source code? You said it's for communication. Do you mean order or just data? Is it encrypted? Isn't there heaps of alternatives already out there for this? Why would or where people? Do you mean order or just data? I don't understand what you mean with that question. Is it encrypted? Today, no. In the future, yes, we're gonna have TLS. Isn't there heaps of alternatives? Sure. Although, I mean, if you were looking for a Discord alternative, what would you use? So, give me some names. There's heaps, right? So, give me some names. It is no, it is audio. Like I am implementing let me see if I can spin it up. Uh yeah, I need to fix some things. Do am I using Helix or NeoVim? Neither. I'm using flowcontrol.dev. So it's a chat application. Visually, this is like the GUI stuff doesn't look particularly good right now. It's just I just have the bare minimum necessities to be able to test the logic. But yeah, it's going to be see there's camera capture, the screen share. So the idea is that you will be able to do camera capture and screen share and send this over the network to other people to watch. Um, so yeah. That being said, if there are heaps, tell me alternatives. What would you use? And I'll tell you my opinion on the alternative if you want. Okay, so in theory, with this, we should be able. Matrix is an alternative, yeah. But then with you that as a server admin, it's absolutely trash. I personally don't like it as a user either. But yes, bunch of flaky, slow Python. Yep. Similar story for Toad, but instead of being flaky Python, it's way bloated. Just like trying to self-host Sentry. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um. Okay, I think it's time we try this bad boy. Let's take this bad boy for a spin. So in audio, we need have a buffer packet. Here, a stream is a collection of ring. Oh, I call it ring buffer. I mean, correctly. That is what it is. Pack that. Of a packet. But what is a packet? I think we don't know what a packet is right now. Well, actually, we do. It's a UDP packet. All other alternatives also tend to be Electron apps, right? Yeah, how many browsers must one have running on their computer? WhatsApp? Yeah, WhatsApp is one. Although differently from Discord, with WhatsApp you create individual channels. You don't create servers that collect multiple channels. You don't have voice rooms. You can have calls with WhatsApp, but it's different to start like a private call or a call that annoys, like that involves everybody in a group, which I believe are the two options that you have with WhatsApp. Uh, but you don't have the thing where you're joining a server and you see that there is a voice channel with some people chatting. That is really nice. I like that. So that's how I'm implementing it. I would not consider WhatsApp a direct alternative to Discord. Like, I mean, sure, in the absence of anything else, you can use it as an alternative, but it's not super close. I consider it a slightly different kind of application. Yeah, voice being a place instead of an event is wonderful. Yeah, that's my same thinking. Yes, WhatsApp is the Facebook one. It's the one that they bought because Facebook also has Facebook Messenger. That's the one they made. WhatsApp is the one they bought. They actually bought WhatsApp. From my perspective, they bought WhatsApp to make sure that it never got better than Facebook Messenger. Since the moment they bought it, they didn't do squat with it. Like they never made it really better. Something was added over time, but WhatsApp today is hilariously bad compared to Telegram, for example. And I don't think it would have been if Facebook had not bought it. Yeah, well, the problem is that whenever a company buys a thing and they have an alternative, it's guaranteed that they want to kill the thing. They're buying it to kill it, essentially. When Adobe bought Macromedia and they killed Fireworks in favor of fucking Photoshop. Bleh. In any case, we don't have right now the concept of a packet, but we should. What do we do in network? We get a protocol media header. Also, what is a message? Where does this stuff come from? Oh, there we go. Okay, we have a buffer of incoming messages in here. And so we just pluck the data field from there. We pluck the data field from there and we decode it on the fly. But we now want to delay the coding, and we need to keep around. So here's what we need to keep around. We need to keep around the opus data, and we need to keep around the sequence number, which I believe we have here in the header, right? My media header has a sequence number. Yeah, there's also the idea of a timestamp that we're ignoring right now. I think the timestamp should go. I don't think the timestamp has much utility. So I think they should only have a sequence number. But for now, it's fine. So we want the sequence and the data. So let's say that audio controls this information. So a packet. Where do we define a packet? Do we define it in here? A caller packet? Why not? What's the sequence number defined as? EU32. Ah, that's fine. Tell me about it. I have several projects that have been nuked due to corporate shenanigans. Autodesk specifically can go to hell. You know, you're like at least the third person that I've met that has complaints about Autodesk, about it being like very bad in this sense. This is so funny. I've had this discussion. I've already had this discussion at least twice. uh, I guess the world is surprisingly small. Crazy. Okay, so packet and data. Well, let's call it Opus data because that's what it is. Um. Okay, that's literally it. That's all we do. So this ring buffer has pointers to packets, and it is atomic. And it is atomic. Then here we need to do what we need to decide what to do with packets. And our ring buffer, we need to decide how many packets to put in there. You know what? I think our jitter buffer will need more state than just the ring buffer because this guy needs to also have the concept of initial buffering. So we need at least an extra variable. So we get there. Packet, and then so there's a packet. How big do we make it? 5 packets. 5 packets at 20 ms per packet. 100 millibytes. 100 milliseconds of jitter buffer. I think that is fine. So this cannot just be this, but we need a proper jitter buffer. And now that I think about it, maybe the jitter buffer can be non-generic at this point. And you know what? Maybe it's jitter buffer that should own the definition of packet. So okay, let's go do this. You guys come with me. We go down here. Pub const jitter buffer. Defines a packet, contains the buffer itself. Okay. Then what does this guy need to also do? First of all, um, do we do state? Buffering is started for now. Do, do. This is very interesting work. Too bad I can't see the whole screen because YouTube, it's portrait, so everything in the majority of the screen is being cropped out for me. Yes, so here's how it works. They added recently the ability to restream on in Shorts, but I do not have the ability to select what they show you. Like, hello, this is me. So I don't have the ability to select that. Here's what you have to do. Somewhere there should be a button to go to the full size stream. Go watch the full size stream if you're interested, or come to Twitch. Oh shit, I didn't even move the camera correctly. Anyway, yeah, come on Twitch. I'm Christoph_IT on Twitch, or watch the full stream. Either way works. The day that Twitch gives me the ability to do short streams in a reasonable manner, I will definitely make sure to move the thing that gets cropped to something that makes sense. Unfortunately, right now, I can't. Okay, so what are we doing next? Jitter buffer has init. State starts at buffering. Then yeah, I don't know what's going on at YouTube. I have to say, YouTube has, like, can you think of one thing that YouTube has done? Just one thing, that they have done since Google has owned YouTube that is not cringe. Like, think hard. It's been decades. Google has owned YouTube for decades. There is not a single thing that they've done that is not cringe. Except maybe one thing. To be fair, they are keeping the infrastructure up. YouTube keeps eating tons of videos every hour, every day, and it keeps chugging along, and it doesn't go down very often. With that, with regards to that, respect, pure respect, but everything else is absolute cringe. Everything else, maybe there's like minor things like they added the concept of a series, so like you can basically say that you have episodes of the same thing, and it's kind of like a playlist but a little bit better, maybe, I don't know. But like, take that aside, move that aside, what else is there? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Man. Anyway, so I'm starting to nothing. This is fine. So ring buffer. So this needs to have methods to add a new packet and grab a packet. So add packet, push packet, and then we need pull packet. Let's do write packet and read packet. Write packet, read packet. And this returns an optional pointer to packet. Okay, so let's document a little bit the behavior of read packet, because this is going to be complicated. Multi-track audio for specific languages. You know what? That is a good point. That is nice. Audio caption. Yeah. Auto caption is good. Those are good mentions. I will say though, multi-track audio for specific languages, I believe, that came alongside their dog shit AI generated dubs, right? I believe that the two features came together. I might be wrong. Maybe that they did not come together, but yes, the A dubs are horribly disgusting. These, you know what really drove me in mad is that they added the shitty AI dubs, which, by the way, here's the funny thing. When I go on YouTube, I see my own videos with the fucking idiotic AI dub that changes my own voice to Italian. It could not get any more stupid than this. And I try to tell this fucking thing that I want to see things in the original language. I don't care about their stupid AI dubbing. But because I'm located in Italy, I have an Italian IP, it still wants to feed me AI dubbed stuff in Italian. It's ridiculous. And the funny thing is that they did this, but they did not add AI generated translations of captions. So, like, I had a video. There's an Italian like YouTube channel that I wanted to show Andrew, and there were auto captions from Italian to Italian, fine. And then I thought, man, there has to be a button to translate those auto captions, right? So that I can show this video to somebody who doesn't speak Italian. No. It's either that or the stupid fucking AI dub. I think that personally, I would take every single CEO that YouTube has had since they have been acquired by Google and toss them in a meat grinder. I think that is the only like politically right thing to do. Just make them hamburgers. That is the only way of salvage, of getting some value out of these people. I am sorry, they are so fucking bad. It's like tragicomical. It's absurd. It is absolutely absurd. Like, how can they not get a single thing right? Absurd. Absolutely fucking absurd. The problem, though, is that it's really hard to take over YouTube because you need the money and absolutely problematic infrastructure of managing video. Like, managing video is just hard. It's just like really hard, really intensive, resource wise, and now they're causing shortages with AI. God damn it, man! Somebody should take over YouTube, though. At some point, somebody should really try to take over YouTube. It's super hard, but at the same time, they are so bad. Yeah, think about the shareholders. That is true. That is true. But you know what? Even the shareholders are missing out. Like, I am fairly confident that if YouTube had been less of a shit show, they could have killed Twitch. They could have eaten Twitch alive, essentially. They could have eaten the entire streaming market. They could have actually provided more money to shareholders. They don't even do that. It's just a failure. It's just a 360-degree. I told you, hamburgers, like the hamburgers. You like, I cannot think of a of another way of getting some value out of these people. You cannot, like, they're so bad. You cannot take the YouTube CEO and get them to do any even manual job. They're not going to be able to do it. Like, I don't know what they are. Again, I think they're working hamburgers. That's what they should become. Jesus. Yeah. Also, YouTube channel. Oh my God. The fact that the APIs are so bad and nobody fixes them, it's incredible. I mean, this goes to show that Google, ultimately, at the end of the day, is an ad company. The only one thing that they know how to do well, probably, is advertisement. That's their core business. That's what they do. They want to act as if they're doing something else. You know when people used to call Google the AI company, and then other people came out with actual AI. I don't know if you had this experience, but also I remember when I was younger and, like, you had aunts and uncles that would say, "Oh man, you're so good with computers. You're gonna work at Google." Dude, no, please. I want to work at an actual software company. I don't want to work for an ad company, please. Why are you saying this? Oh my God, they bungled also their own like branding so fucking much. It's It's incredible. It is truly incredible. They're literally pushing their ads out of the way for an AI summary. Yeah. They're well because they don't know what to do anymore, right? Because at least on their search product, they don't know what to do anymore because AI is killing their search product in many ways. Um, LLM chatbots are better than Google for search. Not strictly so, because LLMs lie about where they got their data from. So, so they're not keen on giving you sources. They could be trained to give you sources, but training them to give you sources would expose the AI companies more in terms of like copyright lawsuits and whatnot. So they lie about they purposely obfuscate. They take out of the training process the ability to remember where something came from. Which again, not that the LLM would have perfect knowledge of what stuff comes from, but it could definitely do a better job if it was trained to do that. So now, in any case, even with this in place, LLMs are better than Google in many ways. And so, yeah, they don't know what to do about that anymore. So they're trying just to chase the trend and try to survive. But you're right. That is probably putting a big dent in their ability to push ads on you on their search product. Thankfully, they can. And by the way, does this does the fact that the frequency of ads on YouTube has gone up significantly um, surprise you much if you think about this? Like once you realize that their search is having trouble, then it shouldn't surprise you that they are gonna have to pump more ads on YouTube. They're gonna have to pump more ads everywhere else. I miss when Google was actually half fucking decent. Yeah. It's been a meme, but I'm telling you, we are getting the year of Linux desktop before 2030, and Microsoft and Google will be the joke companies. Oh yeah. Yeah. I think we are definitely getting the Linux desktop. The funny thing is, like, Linux has to do nothing, right? Like, actually, the safest way of doing this would be freeze Linux development. Do not touch the distros anymore. Leave them exactly as they are today. Freeze everything. Go on vacation for like 5 years. Come back and watch Microsoft and Apple also actually gift you the year of the Linux desktop by making their OSs even worse. Yeah, also thanks to Valve. Yeah, for sure. Like games are definitely a big source of momentum, and Valve has been doing what is necessary to make gaming on Linux real. That is for sure. They will be the winner of the AI bubble. How? Do you know that Apple got like a gigantic class action lawsuit because they were promising Apple AI, and then they could not make it work, and now they're like paying Google, of all people, of all companies, they're paying Google to basically allow them to use Gemini as a backend for Siri. The most infuriating thing about YouTube is them just fucking inserting ads in videos without asking. True. The worst fucking times randomly throughout the video. Yep. Agreed. So this is so what I'm writing right now assumes that if we don't have a packet, we just play silence. Um, but I think that that's not precise. I think we need to call into Opus. Opus will be able to do something about it. And also there's forward. There's also forward error correction, which I believe. I don't know if we should turn on forward error correction. Maybe we should. Forward error correction is going to add, I believe, another 20 milliseconds of delay. So maybe we should reduce the size of our jitter buffer with forward error correction. But I guess we can try the simple version first and then see what happens. Someone throw money at me, dude. You would need like serious money. I generally believe that too many open source ish like too many software projects reach for venture capital when they don't have a reason to. Personally, I am of the opinion, for example, that Bun could have been a better project, just as successful, actually, even more successful. Uh, we'll probably I'll need to define what I mean by successful because, of course, depending on your definition of success, you might disagree with me. You might agree on my general point, but then disagree with my conclusion. So, in my opinion, Bun would have been a much more successful project if it had not gone for venture capital money right away. Bun, the JavaScript runtime written in Zig, had a ton of interest from the get-go right away, and I believe that if Jared, the creator, would have wanted to, he could have gotten more than enough money to live more than comfortably, even in San Francisco, just to hack on Ban at his leisure. Maybe even setting up something like the ZSF. I think he could have been able to do it easily. That being said, he decided instead to get venture capital and go for an exit by selling Bun to Anthropic. So we're getting into the definition of success. If his point was just to have a huge exit, then yeah, he definitely succeeded 100%. And he probably has succeeded more in terms of straight up money. He has succeeded more with this method than he would have succeeded by doing GitHub sponsors, because I don't know the amount that was spent by Anthropic to buy Bun. I think it was gigantic. That being said, I do think that this problem here, like a YouTube alternative, I do think that this would be an actual kind of project where getting venture capital money would make total sense. I think that this is the one of the cases where venture capital would be good. The problem is, like, I keep hating on venture capital, but it's not because I really hate it, like in a absolute sense. I just see too many instances of situations where I think that the whole economic agreement is suboptimal for everybody except the fucking venture capitalists who end up eating a slice of pie that they don't deserve, where basically their money was never needed, really, and the whole thing would have gone really well even without VC money. The problem is that they have, but obviously, from their perspective, what are they going to do? Are they going to say no to things that they know they could make money on, even though it's not strictly necessary? Of course not. Of course, these people will do whatever they can to, sneak in every successful project, every potentially successful project that they can, so that they can make money. It is their job. I just do think that I just wish that people understood economics better. People in software understood economics better, and were better at choosing when it is a good idea to reach for venture capital, when it is not as much of a good idea to reach venture capital. And related to that, I also wish they were maybe a little bit less interested in a gigantic exit and more interested in making a sustainable business. That being said, I do think that a YouTube alternative would I don't know if need, but it would definitely hugely benefit from a VC money start. Jared for sure got the bag though. Oh yeah, I mean, yes. But here's the thing. Um, uh, he still would have lived a. He still would have gotten a big chunk of money with GitHub sponsors. And in my opinion, again, it depends on how much you're interested in getting a ton of money. But he would have gotten, like, I think he would have never had to make any sacrifice, even with going with GitHub sponsors and like a crowdfunding model. I think it would have been very successful. I mean, with the Zig with Zig with the ZSF, we're doing very fine with this model with crowdfunding so far, at least. You know, it's been a few years. What is it? 7 years? I think it's been about 7 years. So, um, so far so good. That being said, while I am skeptical in many cases, I do think that a YouTube one would be good. And you're right. Many startups are literally only in it for the big exit. Yeah, but you know what? I don't think, you know what? I'll push against this a little bit. I think this is a slightly oversimplified explanation because in my opinion, many startups start from the perspective of having the founder be somebody who wishes they would be able to build something cool, but they don't fully understand. They're not mature enough to understand um, exactly what it uh, how to get there. And VCs essentially provide them with validation. They provide them with the means to get started, you know, right away, because they can, you know, as soon as you get VC money, if you had a job, you can leave your job. If you were working from home, now you can start renting an office. If you were alone, now you can start hiring. So, you know, getting VC money gets you immediately to the next level. Um, but I do think that they don't start necessarily. Some do. I'm sure that some do only want the exit, but I don't think that everybody does. And I do think there is a form of pedophilia going on with venture capital where they purposely target young. They want younger founders. They claim it's because younger founders, you know, um, have innovative ideas. That is absolutely fucking bullshit. The problem is that younger founders are naive enough to accept deals that somebody with more experience would not be willing to accept as easily. So that is the problem, in my opinion. It's a problem that venture capitalists are allowed to target younger people who are definitely not mature enough to exactly understand when they're getting fucked over. That is my take. That said, you know, sometimes everybody understands perfectly what's going on, and they're just in for the money. And yeah, sure. I know really smart founders that are aware from the start that they want to build something cool, but they don't want to be tied to a growing corporation. Yeah, fair. Let's see. When receiving null, the other thread should play silence. Well, should ask Opus to play a packet worth of silence. Yeah. Maybe we should also introduce forward error correction. I don't know. I guess that's gonna be second step. So read packet, JB, jitter buffer. This function is meant to be called by the audio thread. Okay. So this one will get a sequence. Actually, no, it will get just a pointer to a packet. If you're going with FEC, is the plan to switch protocols? Can you explain what you mean? I am not a expert on. I'm not an expert on FEC. I just saw that there is an option to turn it on in Opus. UDP Lite or something. No, by FEC I mean that there is an option in. I believe I read docs about it, so maybe once I start looking into the header files, I will realize that there's maybe some conditions that I'm not meeting to be able to support it. But the idea is that my current understanding is you turn on when you create an encoder and a decoder, you create them with forward error correction enabled, and that means that will mean that from now on every packet that they generate will contain a little bit of data to basically support to basically make it so that if you lose a packet, the next packet right after will still be able to play back the audio from before that was missing. Maybe not perfectly, but like it will do a better job than the fully missing packet prediction will. And the way that that system will work is that when you turn it on, then Opus will internally have one more packet worth of delay because it needs the previous packet to be able to compute the subsequent packet. So basically you add, my packets are going to be 20 milliseconds, so you're going to add a 20 milliseconds delay because the encoder will need 2 buffers worth of data before it can produce the first packet, and so on. I assume was correcting the current packet. No, it's about doing a better job at surviving a previous packet, the packet right before going missing. So in theory, if I understand correctly, with forward error correction turned on, you could have a 50% packet loss. But like theoretical, like every other packet goes missing, and everything would still play back mostly fine. Exactly, I've never heard it, or rather, I never been able to see what it sounds like with and without it on, so I don't know exactly how well that works. So I actually would like to experiment with this. Like I plan to, once implement this, to also start adding like buttons for losing packets and see what ends up happening. But that's the idea. In any case, I think that for forward error correction to work, things are more complicated because then I think you need to complicate your jitter buffer a little bit. In any case, I'm going to fill my teacup and I'm going to continue implementing my jitter buffer. Be right back. I'm back. Do-do-do-do-do. Why the fuck do thermostats require a quantum and a subscription? Yeah. Do-do-do-do-do. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna make a little I'm going to make a little bit of progress. Then I'm gonna have to go eat as usual. 15 minutes, and I'll be back. Don't worry. Um, and I'll come back. Yeah. So we grab a packet now. Okay. What does the jitter buffer do here? So we want to um yeah, okay, so this is the problem. Who does the swapping? We were saying that it should be the reader who does the swapping, because the reader should be able to touch anything between the reader and the writer. The writer should never surpass the reader. I have a quick question. I finally wrote a file watcher library for Flow. Do you think I should keep it a separate repo? When I touched this stuff last, I was of the impression that whenever you are doing any non absolutely trivial form of file watching, um, your logic ends up being tied to what your application does. So I opted to not attempt to make my implementations uh, a library that you could just import and use, because it seemed to me that all the tracking that I was doing for Zine was once you account also for the differences between the different OSs, um, it wasn't really portable without compromises. That was my impression. I don't know if having done this work you have a different impression, then I don't know. Feel free to publish it. Maybe you spent more time and did a better job than me. I don't know. Do you have any ideas surrounding webcam screen sharing and bandwidth transcoding with hardware? Well, what I know is that um, the way I'm gonna start doing this is going to be we take the video data, we compress it using H.264, because the assumption is that everybody will have hardware encoders for H.264, and then once you receive it, you decode it with H.264. That is my understanding. I have not done the work yet, though. No, so I don't know. You know what? More than read packet, this is next packet. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, in my case, I was not doing full tree watching. That is fair. In my case, I was no, I was doing full tree watching for input files. You know, it's been too long. I would need to revisit it. I don't remember in detail. Okay, let's grab from the buffer, read and write indices. Or maybe we can get slice. Where's slice? Slice last. No. Wait, is there no function to get a slice of all the active data? Wait, there's slice last. Where's like I don't know, slice first or slice all? I'm confused. Do we really? Oh no, we have slice at. Start of specified count. Why can I not just get a slice of all the written data? Hmm. I'm just gonna call it slice, I guess. Is there really no slice function? I am flabbergasted. Okay, where is my length function? Len. I think we might need. I think we might need len impl. Oh, also, did I make the impl functions pub? Because the impl functions should not be pub. Yeah. No pub. No pub. No pub. There we go. So grab W and R, make it a length. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go to lunch. And I'll be back. And our goal is going to be to implement this bad boy. Where we're going to have available packets, which is going to be jb.buffer.slice. So this is going to be the available packets, and it's going to be our job to iterate through those linearly, resort them if needed, because writer will write them out of order, and because it has to. Write cannot resort things; only the reader can, to make this work atomically and well concurrently. And then we'll after we do the reordering. Actually, maybe we should call a sort function. Should we just call a sort function? I think we should call a sort function. We just call a sort function on these bad boys to sort them every time, and then we pluck the next. And I don't know. That's where we go. That's where we continue from. So I'll be right back, and let me reset this thing. See you in a minute. I am back. Well, goodbye, Ethernet cable. Okay, so uh, let's implement these bad boys. Actually, this one should be super easy. Write packet. It's literally just the write function in the jitter buffer. So gb.buffer.write packet. Except that this can return full. So what do we do if it is full? What do we do if it is full? Yeah, it's fine. So that is a bad situation. Get emitted docs broken with the latest Zig. It's working for me for one project, but another project it's JavaScript errors in the console. Are you using 0.16 or using 0.15? Oh, you know what? I bet that I know what it is. Here's my suggestion. Actually, answer this question. In your two projects, I'm assuming that you're using 0.15.2, not unstable Zig. If you're using unstable Zig, then I don't know. It's a random commit from master branch, so who knows what you're getting. But if you're using 0.15.2, 0.16, then yeah, never mind. Then I don't know, man. Who knows? Might be broken, might be not. Maybe it's fixed next commit. I'm not using latest commits super precisely. Also, there's a lot of stuff going on with async IO, so something might have regressed by because of changes in async IO. So it's unfortunately I'm not going to be able to help. What I would say is that if there are no issues about this, consider opening one. Okay, so we're trying to write a packet, but we discover that the buffer is full. What do we do then? And this becomes problematic because if the buffer is full, what we would like to do ideally, like if this being full is really bad, this should not happen. I think we're gonna drop the packet if we do this. Make the buffer bigger, right? Yeah, of course. This is bad. This being full means that our audio thread is not running frequently enough and it is lagging behind. So uh we drop. So we need to catch this and do something about it. Or rather, we need to catch we should recognize the condition, but there is really nothing we can do at this point. Like quite literally. Okay. Okay. Back to this. Okay, now we're doing the reader side. Okay, reader side sees available packets. We sort them by sequence. So we need to do SED sort dot I don't know what sorting functions do we have at our disposal. PDQ, PDQ, pedicure, unstable in place sort, and best case, and again worst case. Yeah, sort in ascending order. Sounds good. So com time type. Can I? Oh, okay. I was hoping that I could like go back to the previous selection in flow, but no. SD sort dot pdq. Okay. What are we sorting? Pointer to packet. What are items? JB dot slice. Available packets. Um, context. Mm, I think this can be void. Oh no, this is any type. So like this, less than function, and that's what we need to implement. You can implement function as a struct, yes, and then you take it out of the struct. So here, so far, this is a struct definition. This is not gonna work out because the thing wants a function, not a struct containing a function. But then you do dot lt, and now I'm taking the function out of that struct definition, and boom, we're in business. Sort packets, and then sort packets. I think also the fact that we are setting these only to be 5 packets does also mean something. Is that more idiomatic than just hanging the function off the struct you're already in? I wouldn't say necessarily that. You could argue, well, the struct that I'm already in, if you mean like jitter buffer, should jitter buffer have a comparison function between packets? Maybe yes. I would argue that if you're going down that route, then packet should be a better candidate for holding a sorting function. Packet could contain less than between 2 packets. But there is one difference here. This function here, like this sorting thing, also allows you to have a context parameter where you can do some bookkeeping in case it's necessary. Sometimes it is really necessary. So this is a more complicated function. It's not just left hand side, right hand side. It's one extra parameter. So Um, yeah, there's that. Um, Actually, sort might contain uh, helpers for making sorting functions. Let me take a look. Insertion sound, insertion sort, stable in place sort, on best case, n squared worst case, O1 memory. Oh, you see insertion and then insertion context, heap, unstable in place sort, n log n best case, worst case, and average case, O1 memory, heap context, sift down. This one is not even public, so it's a helper function. Ascending, used to generate a comparator function between the given type for a given type. Given a type, returns a sorting function defined as one being lower than the other. So this is a function that you can use for comparing basic values like numbers, the values that you can do a straight up comparison on. So no, there's no helpers, it seems, for generating more complicated sorting things. Let's see what else is in there though. Binary search. So we're now in the search space. Lower bound, upper bound, partition point, equal range, arg mean. Mean, arg max, max. Wait, what's the difference between the arg version and the non-arg version? Returns item at I. Well, this guy returns. Oh, this returns an index. Okay, this gives you the index. This gives you the max value. Okay, is sorted. Okay, interesting. I skipped PDQ. Oh, PDQ is defined elsewhere. Block PDQ context. PDQ context. What about just normal PDQ? Oh, wait. Context here is not my type. Wait, I'm confused. No, this is any type. So, oh, this is its own context. Okay, so this is okay, PDQ context is the other thing. Let's see. Hint. Where is hint being used? I guess this is local. Okay, let's see. Unstable in place sort, n best case, n log n worst case, and average case, log n memory, non-locator required. PD context. What else is in here? Partition. So helper functions, helper functions. Just a bunch of helper functions. Okay. Okay, so there are no helpers for us. So we have to implement this. So in theory, maybe if you wanted to be cutesy, what you could do is that here in this struct, you implement a function that takes it a context pointer, well, that takes this signature and then delegates to a sorting function defined inside of packet. That probably would be, cleaner, but whatever. Okay, so we sort packets, and then we just grab the first one. Actually, I would say let's start with if available packets dot len is 0, return null. There's that. Otherwise, Well, we need the concept of a current index, right? Current sequence number. Ooh, also we need to keep account. We need to account keep we need to keep state into account. Something else to think about. So, uh, here's what I would do. Do we make this a union enum? While you're buffering, do you know what the current sequence number is? Essentially, you don't. So I'm gonna stop started U32 current sequence number. So we keep writing. Writing doesn't concern itself with this. But when we call next packet, so here's what we do. First, we look at our internal state. Actually, no, first we look at available packets. And actually, null shouldn't be what I just described. This needs to be more complicated. This needs a this is gonna be interesting. This needs a more complicated return type because the return type could be we're buffering, so play actual silence. We started, but now data is missing, and so you should try to compensate for that. No, in this case, it's not because it's not really an error. The absence of a packet is not exactly an error. I mean, I don't want to consider it an error because um I just don't think it should be an error to me. But let's look at this. I think this should be an enum now. So let me make the enum and then I'll adjust the documentation. So uh const next packet is a union enum. Sorry, I said enum, but I meant to attack the union. So this guy should be now buffering. When buffering, we should play silence. Uh, Playing. Oh, you know what? Started should be renamed playing. I think playing, and here playing should be a pointer. Should be a optional pointer to a packet. Or, yeah, no, I think this is perfect. This is what we want. There we go. So basically, the difference is that while we're buffering in the beginning, we're waiting to receive 5 packets or whatever the number is going to be, 5 packets worth of audio. We just play silence. Then we just play silence and we do not increase the sequence number that we currently at because we just stay stopped. Then when we do hit 5 packets, we start playing, but if we encounter holes because a given packet goes missing, or it's turbo late, then what we do is what we do is what we do is we I don't remember what I was saying. Packets can be lost. Yes, they can because it's UDP packets, so they could go lost. Um, Let's see. Does it cause you to turn into code where you're checking for nulls all the time, or are you just trying to, or just doing tries with no catch? No, the idea is that null has the specific meaning of data is missing for this packet. Play reconstruct what audio you think that should have been. You know when you hear people become robotic, that's it. That's a packet that went lost, and the audio thing trying its best to guesstimate what you were supposed to be, what noises you were supposed to be making during those 20 milliseconds. You know what? I'm even thinking that what we should do is that if we get into this situation because we run out of data, what I'm thinking is that we should then switch back into buffering mode when that happens. I think this is not bad. I mean, this is not the most insanely um, sophisticated implementation of a jitter buffer, uh, but this is actually pretty decent given the complexity, the low complexity, basically that we are putting into it. So, if available packets length is 0, I think we just straight up do jb.state equals buffering, and we return dot buffering. Then in here we do switch state. So available packets is not 0. What do we want to do? Switch jb.state. If we're buffering, actually, yeah, we can do it like this. If jb state is dot buffering, um, oh, now sequence number dot does not reset. So never mind. This goes back to being a enum. There we go. Hello, hello, Julian. Um, so if state is buffering, then if available packets.len is greater than or equal to 5 is 5, then jb.state equals dot playing. Frankly, we can make this branchless like this. Whatever. Oh, but we are branching on that anyway. I somehow feel like this can be improved. What the heck is going on YouTube, man? Can we have it just in one return? I think we want this. Okay, this should simplify things a bunch, right? We switch available packets. If we're at 0, we set state to buffering. If we're at 5, we set state to playing. We set state to playing. Any other number, um, we don't do anything. Actually, to be precise, this should be 1 through 4, do nothing. That's unreachable for now. To be fair, if it is like this ring buffer doesn't even have a reason to be heap allocated. But for now, it is fine. Okay, so if buffering, we return dot buffering. If we are playing, if we're playing, we sort our packets. Then I actually think insertion sort might even be preferable to this guy. Hmm. Anyway, we then what do we do then? Well, after we sort them, we just read one and return it. Kinda. We look at 0. So we look at if also let's double check this. If length is 0, we're buffering and we are returning. So here we can also assert that available packets of len is greater than 0. This is just an invariant, which allows us down here to say that available. Then we can do available packets at 0, and we can say um, well, we can say const next equals this. And then we need to check if next is lower, equal, lower, equal, or greater than the sequence number. So if current, well, if next is next dot sequence is lower or equal current, we want to discard it. But I think we need to do this process iteratively, right? Because we want to discard it, then and then we want to say, okay, what's the next one? Yeah. So we want, I guess, some kind of while loop or a for. Yeah. So if the next sequence number is lower than our current sequence number, continue. Then if it is greater than, the question is it the next one? Also, let's do IDX. Uh, then we need to check, is it plus one? If it is plus one, then we're essentially happy. So this is where we need to um, go to. That means that we need to breach the abstraction of a ring buffer because we want to go deeper into it. So we want to do jb.buffer.read index.store. Oh, we don't have access to read here. Well, we need it though. Shit. Hmm. Have a good night, Ash. Oh, but slice. Okay. Okay. So here we do, if it is the next one, then we do r plus idx. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Okay, so we are in the case that there's a hole. So we do um I think in both cases we do current we increase this. I am waiting for the release of 016. Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm playing with it with this project already, and it is cool. It is definitely cool. It is enabling stuff that honestly, without async and await, Jesus, it would be painful to write. So the fact that we're doing it in here, no matter what, it's kind of making me think that you know what, we move this here like this. So we discard old stuff. The moment that we see something new, we say, okay, we're committing to playing something, to increasing. Hmm. You know what? I don't think I want these else stuff either. And then we say, okay, if it is greater than, then we return playing set to null. So we commit to 20 milliseconds of silence. That's our jitter buffer. Now, what if we get to the end and there is nothing? Huh. So we looked through the full buffer and only found all data. Uh, Essentially, it means that we are back to buffering mode. Now, here's the interesting thing. How do we do that? Like, basically, we need to do this. Index store is gonna be r plus available packets dot len minus one. No, plus len. Also, maybe this should start at one, not at zero, because if it's the very first packet, then we don't want to store r plus zero. We want to store r plus one. Yep. Then, um, then so we empty it, and then we say jb.state equals dot buffering. So state is back to buffering. But we also want to increase current sequence, I think. Do we want to increase current sequence or not? Well, we need to return something, right? Return buffering. Although it's not really buffering, right? It's more like rebuffering. So it is buffering. I think we should call this rebuffering. But even up here, it could be called rebuffering. Hmm. I think we need buffering and rebuffering. We started buffering. I think it should be waiting, buffering, and playing. Yeah. Starting, playing, buffering. So here we say that if so we only switch from playing to buffering if we were so basically if we're playing we switch to buffering, otherwise we stay where we are. No, we cannot do this. Okay, let's do it like this then. Switch. Okay, let's see if this works again. No, semicolon, yeah. Invalid left-hand side. Yeah, there you go. So if packets land in 0, oh wait, why do we still have this then? If packet land is 0, if we are playing, then we move to buffering. Otherwise, we're fine. If we were buffering, we move to playing. Okay, this is fine. Um, to be fair, this number could be hard coded. So this number could be part of the configuration. We could say that we have a buffer mean, buffer start, buffer size, count start, count mean, start count. Yeah, number of God damn it. Number of packets must be present in the buffer before we start playing. Yeah. Current sequence number. Okay. Okay, this seems fine. Then now we have this number, which is called current sequence. No, start count -1. And now this is start count. Although this doesn't need to be a runtime number. If we make it a runtime number, that would allows us to say, that would allow us to control this window if we made it a runtime number. But we currently don't really want to support this. So I think we can make it a constant. Actually, I think it should be strictly greater than. Okay. Should have a bit of space for extra packets. Okay. Um, so does the write packet work then? Yes, write packet is like straight up stupid. Can't make it smart. So this one, let's see, blah blah blah. Variable space GB dot start count -1. This GB doesn't work like this anymore. This is just start count now, rightfully so. PDQ, blah blah blah. Return buffering. Okay, I feel like we're still missing something though. We're missing the difference between buffering and rebuffering, starting and buffering. Can I tell Zig fetch to fetch a specific tag, or do I need to provide a full commit hash? Yeah, you can say a tag. Everything that you put under the pound sign. So when you do git fetch, and then there's URL, so Codeberg, whatever, and then you do pound sign. Um, there you can put anything you want. You can put a branch name. You can put a commit hash. You can put a tag. Um, so sorry, maybe I'm leaving too much unsaid. So when you do Zig fetch, you see how here I'm doing dvui Zig 16 dev. This is a branch name. So you do repo pound sign, and then you can do tags, commits, branch names. More specifically, what's after the pound sign is a git ref. So all of those things are git refs. And then it will be resolved to a commit. So don't worry, you can put you can put a tag. It will then write the commit that corresponds to that tag in the zone file, so you won't be targeting a mutable thing. Okay, now I need to make sure that I use buffering correctly. Playing, going to buffering, playing, blah, blah, blah. If state equals buffering, return buffering. If state equals start, return start. So this becomes a switch. Okay. So, um, can you show us what you have at production? I need a moment. I need to get this code compiling. I'm almost there, but I need a few minutes more. and then you will be able to see what we have. So, but if you're curious, look at my VODs. Like if you look at my VOD history, you will be able to see me demo some stuff. Okay, so I think this jitter buffer is mostly complete. One thing that we're missing for sure is freeing those packets. Um, we need to free those packets, and I don't know yet what the strategy should be. We leak for now. We leak memory for now. I think this is fine. We will see. Hmm. I think we're missing some management of the current sequence number. I think we're missing a few things in that sense, but this is fine for now. Also, this cannot return a packet. This returns a next packet. Okay, so this is buffer count. So far, so good. Um, hmm. Now we need to use this jitter buffer from the network side. This is going to be easy because in network, essentially receive grabs the message header, grabs the caller, doesn't do any of this. Oh, interestingly, we cannot do this competition here anymore. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Well, no, we can't. Damn. 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 This cannot work like this anymore. Okay. I'm gonna comment this out because this code is useful. This I think we should even I'm gonna comment it out, although we should delete it. So this instead should be return sorry, no, caller dot um packets dot write packet. And now we need to worry about what is this thing. So what's this packet? Well, this bad boy is a heap allocated packet. Actually, maybe write packets. Who keeps the GPA around? You know what? This guy should keep the GPA around. Const p equals try GPA dot. Actually, who even cares? This can be a catch. Ignore GPA dot create packet. Yeah, what about the data though? Shit. What about the data? Maybe a packet shouldn't be pointers to packets. Maybe a packet should be a pointer to the data in a length. So a slice? A sequence number in a slice? We cannot make it. So we cannot make it. Well, we need to duplicate the data. That is for sure. You simulate WebSockets sockets. Man, that question is very hard to understand. Do you simulate? I don't know. I don't simulate anything. I don't use WebSockets. Right now, this is a desktop application, not a web application. I do use TCP sockets and UDP sockets. When we are going to make the web client, we're going to use a web transport, but it's probably not going to be web sockets. It's going to be another thing called web transport. Web transport is a new API that you can use both in stream mode, which essentially makes it equivalent to WebSockets, but also you can use it in datagram mode, which makes it equivalent to UDP. But this is only once we go to the web. Right now, we're making desktop applications. Uh, I'm thinking how to implement how many things we could do to improve this jitter buffer currently. It's just too hard to do it all at once smart. Like first try doing everything smart. So I'm gonna do it a little bit dumb for now, and then we can make it smarter later on, I guess. Hey Polimpo. Thank you for the prime sub. Um yeah, be a little bit patient and I will be able to show you some demo in a moment. So this is gonna be the data, catch return. And then this is going to be the packet. Okay, what we're missing is only the type, which is going to be core audio caller. Actually, who owns packet? Jitter buffer. This doesn't return anything anymore. Okay. What's in the message header? Sequence. Here we go, Opus data. Okay, this is not the smartest way possible of implementing this, but what can you do? And we don't use Core IO in here anymore. That's so good. Yep. And then up here we do or else continue. Well, we want this stuff to be commented out essentially. So this is just try receive. Okay, I'm gonna make this code better, but not now. And use host ID. Okay. Okay, so far so good. Like writing is this. Oh yeah. ID, write, load and store, passing the wrong stuff. No, there's a right. Uh-oh. These I forgot to translate. Oh no, this is not the one. Where's the how did I not translate read at all? Um wow. Oh, you know that I'm a dum-dum? Because I don't need these else branches. We can make these always atomic. You know, I'm a complete dum-dum. We could make these always atomic and then always use store and load, and it would be fine. Because these guys, they become everything becomes an op. All this stuff becomes an op in single threaded mode. Oh, but no, wait. Because the no. I take it back. I take it back. Um, Given what we're doing, we cannot do that. This is so janky. Yeah, read implementation should be made better because we could do an increased fetch. So, okay, this should be like this. So get the old value and increase by 1. And here we do. Oh, no, never mind, because we cannot just increase. We need to modulo. Never mind. It's going to be done. We need to modulo. So we need to fetch, do the math, and then bring it back. Ah, okay. So this is all well and good. New index is then IDX plus 1, we were saying. So this is not it. Then we do if not atomic. Index is just a sign. Otherwise, we do a store. Okay. The modulo math makes this whole thing more annoying. Okay. Okay, this should be fine. Um, then now we need to go into the audio thread. And from the audio thread, we need to start calling next packet. So it's in this same file. It's caller, playback source monofill, core, no core, locks, no locks, playback count. So we look at what we have in here. We grab what we have to send, and then we write it. Read first assume count. Okay, so far so good. But what if there is no data? So we need the next packet. If frame count is greater than playback count, Then here, okay, so the old code would just write silence. Now it's more complicated. Now we need to say, okay, then we need the next packet from Opus. So const p equals let's call it packet color dot packet dot next packet. Moving that down there temporarily. Okay, so we get the next packet, and now we have to see what we're gonna get. So switch. Actually, I think this is even better. Okay, we could get that we're starting. In which case, we want to play silence. So we want to keep playing silence. We could be buffering, where we're gonna play silence temporarily, but here to do, we should interact with Opus. Maybe. And then we're playing. If we're playing, we do get a packet, which is optional though. If packet, well, maybe packet. Okay, or else is what we do if there is no packet, there is missing data. So this is packet was lost. Ask Opus to guess. Or rather, packet was lost period. Okay, so what do we have in here to what tool do we have in here to express that we want to play silence? Basically, we want to feel well, no, wait. Packet was lost. We want to write to our buffer. So we want to write to our buffer 20 milliseconds worth of silence. Not of silence, of like missing data from Opus. Okay, what is the API for that? I've never used it. Holy shit, we're finally at that point. Decode float. We are finally at that point. What would be the big leap for the Zig language in your opinion? Can you explain a little bit better what you mean by big leap? Like, are you asking about I don't know. Like, tell me a little bit more what you mean by that. Like, what kind of thing you're looking for? Like, I don't know, innovation, adoption, popularity. Just to understand. In the meantime, let's look at. Oh, that's what I want to look at. The major breakthrough for the Zig language. So you're talking about like what are the key features that make the Zig language worth like learning? I would say there are three. In order of increasing importance, I would say at number three, Zig has interesting compile time metaprogramming. It's not macros. When it comes to metaprogramming, what you normally are used to is either macros, which suck because they force you to think about what you're doing to your program in terms of text manipulation. Then you have generics, diamond bracket syntax. Sucks because it's a language inside your language where you have to say weird things, makes everything unreadable. And then when people go insane with that thing, everything becomes impossible to understand. Like, you need gurus to decipher how code, riddled with generics works. Then could further change. Okay. Well, we are working on async IO right now. That is not fully there, and it is a big change for the language. So good support for async IO. Other languages don't have, in my opinion, this kind of good support. We're not there yet. It has to be fully implemented. So what we have today is not, I cannot say that what we have today is better than, I don't know, Go or Elixir, because they have fully functioning systems. We are still working on ours. But I do think that once it will be complete, it will be amazing. In the future, we're going to have native support for fuzzing, which we currently don't really have. Um, Fuzzing where the fuzzer can understand your program. So fuzzing is the process of running your program to another program that tries input at random, and that can discover bugs. But if the fuzzer doesn't know anything about your program, if it's doing black box fuzzing, then it is very hard for that fuzzer to know if it's trying anything useful. So it's just trying at random. It's not really useful. I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess, but it's not as good as it could be. When things become interesting is when the fuzzer can observe state changes in your code, in your program. So we're talking about instrumented fuzzing. We're working to add a native support for instrumented fuzzing, and that will mean that, for example, if you have a program that only crashes, think of it as like essentially a password guessing program, where your program will only crash because of a one very long and complex series of inputs. The fuzzer will be able to find it, because the fuzzer will be able to see every time you have an if statement which branch you get into, and then the next time it will be able to try to get into the other branch. That kind of, essentially, I'm simplifying a little bit, but that's how, roughly speaking, it works. And that would be really cool. Also, fuzzing will be able to integrate with async IO, so you will be able also to fuzz order of execution when you're using concurrency. So you can have a fuzzer that tries to run your functions, and it will simulate all the possible ways, or at least some of the possible ways in which threads could interleave. Um, and that could also help find concurrency bugs. This is not unique. Go has it too. I believe that it's called the race detector. So in Go, you can run your executable, your Go program with the race detector on, and it will tell you when you have two different Go routines that try to access the same data, even though they shouldn't. But being able to have this in a lower level programming language is pretty cool, in my opinion. So that's what's on the horizon. After that, technical stuff, like not big user facing features, but like just make what we already have better. And lastly, of course, this is still work in progress, not exactly there yet, but you can try it already. It's incremental compilation. If you have an x86 64, so an Intel or a AMD machine with Linux on it, you can turn on incremental compilation in Zig, and that will make rebuilds of your program instant. Like, even if your program is very big, every time you change just one function, only that function will be reanalyzed. And so making changes to your program will be essentially instant. And uh, that's cool. So I would say those are the big ones on the horizon for Zig. Okay, let's see the code float, or what is this? To decode a frame, opus the code or opus the code float must be called with a packet of compressed audio data. Frame size equals opus the code, packet length decoded max size 0. Packet is the byte array containing the compressed data. Len is the exact number of bytes contained in the packet. Decoded is the decoded out data in opus in 16 or float for the code float. Max size is the max duration of the frame in samples per channel that can fit into the decoded frame array. Opus decode and opus decode float return the number of samples decoded from the packet. If that value is negative, an error has occurred. This can occur if the packet is corrupted or if the audio buffer is too small to hold the decoded audio. Opus is a stateful codec with overlapping blocks. Blah, blah, blah. Packets must be passed into the correct decoder serially and in the correct order for the correct decode. Lost packets can be replaced with loss concealment by calling the decoder with a null pointer and 0 length for the missing packet. There we go. So that means that our signature in here should make this optional. Null in means lost packet. So we go in audio, packet was lost. And then we need to call this into a this is fine. Okay, so we need to think now about how to do it. So we need to packet was lost. So if we're in here, we need to assert that s.len. No, we need to assert that caller voice channels 0. Okay, we need Jesus, we need a shortcut for this. Okay, so we need to assert that voice is 0. Just an invariant. So that means that because voice len is 0, we can give this buffer, we can give the voice buffer directly, while voice channel 0, we can give that directly to opus to fill. So we can do caller dot decoder dot. Oh shit, I had the code missing. Okay. Decoder dot decode missing. And we pass in voice dot data. Okay, we pass in voice dot data. Now we know how many we've written. Assert that written is greater than um, assert that written is greater than um, frame count minus playback count. Oh, is this a try? Yeah, this is try. So, or rather, it's a catch. What do we do if we got this failure? I don't know. We just write silence and we bail. Although the code missing should not be able to fail, right? This is kind of a catch unreachable. Why should it be able to fail? I'm making this a catch unreachable. Like, I understand failing to decode a packet that we got from the internet, but silence? Actually, why does the code missing return is even allowed to return an error? Yeah, it shouldn't. That's an artifact. Okay. So if packet was lost, then we write this, and then it means that we now want to we want to try this like this whole function again in a sense, almost. We want to do this again. Well, we want to write. Well, no, we don't want to mem set. We want to mem copy essentially. We want to mem copy. We want to mem copy into samples playback count dot frame count. We want to mem copy voice.data .ptr. We want to mem copy this. And then we want to set our write index or whatever. We want to basically say that um, yeah, so we do voice dot write index equals written, and voice dot read index equals written minus this. Yeah, it's a bit manual, but that's what we do, and then we return. And in here, if instead we do get a packet and everything goes well, actually we kind of want to do the same. To be fair, from now on, we want to do the same. So this is more like if PCM No, data is an optional pointer to U8, and it is if maybe packet, then it's p dot opus data. Oh, wait a second. Here we don't even care about the sequence number at this point. Here we only care about the opus data. Yeah, this should contain the data. Quite literally. And frankly, we don't need the code missing, although, um, yeah, we don't need this. Yeah, means missing packet, 8 optional, pass it down. Pass in an optional pointer like this, and then we do in. Oh, but then you need to pass the length. Totally. Oh, fuck. Okay, never mind. We keep the code missing. Jesus. Okay, what if there is an error decoding opus data? If there is an error decoding opus data, I think we write zeros and we bail out. We don't know what else to do. Oh, this is a double slice. I forgot. Available len is uh they should have a len method. It's as simple as that. Oh, come on. How about like this? So bitchy, man. Yeah, there we go. Now this becomes more complicated. Oof. Because these are two slices indeed. Hmm. So this is obviously a setup like this one. Now this now needs to be slices. Hmm. Or a while loop. Now this can be a double four. So this can be four slice and then four next. So this can be done, but then we need the index. We need to manage the index manually. So var. Yeah. Okay. With this, we should have solved this problem at least. Oh, wrong atomic store usage. Perfect. Although it's not here. It's this. Okay. This almost makes sense, except that no, we still pass next. I think we still pass a packet because we are gonna need that for memory management. So packet. Let's go back to passing around a packet, and then up here when we're unhappy, let's call it packet. Uh, Opus data. There we go. Okay, this is so far so good. We're leaking memory because we're not freeing those packets, but that is okay for now. We look through all the full buffer, blah, 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 all data. We do IDX, I guess. Do we build? Holy shit, we built. I did not expect to build these easily. So I wonder what we're doing wrong. We are definitely doing something wrong. We're gonna need to try this out a bit. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to run the server in echo mode, so we're gonna be able to hear ourselves back. And now let's see what happens. Well, good crash. Assertion failure. Buffer is not a power of 2. Actually, fair, because I made this buffer size 10, and that's not a good power of 2. That is a sucky power of 2. Let's use a good power of 2. So we could do 8 packets. That is 5 in our jitter buffer, plus wiggle room for 3 more. It is kind of tight. Let's do 16. Let's do 16 and let's see what happens. Dropping out the packet, audio thread is too slow. That should not be printing like this. It should not be printing this much. But we are, we definitely are getting media from the server. So we are writing stuff back. Like we are sending data and we are receiving it. Our problem right now is that we are failing some bookkeeping. And yes, we are leaking a ton of data. That's what these error messages are complaining about. That is fine. That is fine for now. Why do we always think that we are falling behind? Playback source fill. We are calling next packet. So that means that we're doing something wrong. So that means that we're doing something wrong in here. We are not consuming, we're not moving ahead the read index, which actually, to be fair, yeah, that is true. We are moving forward with available packets. Heaven or hell, me, Eskil, and Jonathan Blow are streaming at the same time. Huh. Well, all the greatest. I mean, these 3 guys. Who's better than these 3 guys, right? Well, I am forgetting to update my read index, so this is the state of things in this stream. Um So in here, we want to, in here, we have already indices, available packets, blah, blah, blah. Well, here we are storing the read index. Here we are storing the read index. Here we're not. Okay, let's see again what's happening in here. Oh, about this else unreachable. That is wrong. Can you do this? I guess this is else. I'm dumb. Okay, this is else. That was definitely a bug. Let's see if anything changes after fixing it. There's probably more, but that's the starting point at least. And yeah, we do still have dropping out the packet. Okay, why are we doing this? I think we should print like what's going on. So if we're starting and buffering, we don't increase the current packets, the current sequence number. Yes, we don't do anything. That's fine. If we go down here, here we're storing R plus IDX. Here we're returning null, but we're not changing the read index. Ooh, also, you know what? No defer. IDX ini starts here at 1. No defer. Yeah, okay. That defer might be the thing that was giving us issues. Maybe there's more. There's more. I don't think this is enough. Yeah. Test. Okay. It is correct to say no. This is like this. If that sequence is greater than, then if we had discarded anything, let's think about it for a second. What is happening in here? We discarded maybe some old packets, maybe, and now we found one that is in the future, but it's not the next packet. So there's a hole in the middle. So what we want to do also, you know what? In this case, we also want to update our. We're playing now. Yeah, no, we don't want to bump forward our count. We just want to increase it by 1. If I still see that thing, that message, I don't know what's causing it. Well, Okay, I have no idea what's causing it because this is weird. Dropping audio packet audio thread is too slow. That is crazy. Are you aware of any Zig project that has a good flake.nix for hermetically building with dependencies? Um, no, in the sense that Nix is completely unnecessary for the building hermetically. If you want, or rather, no, you know what? I'll take it back. Sorry, I'll do the explainer just to make sure that we're on the same page. But I'll take it back. No, actually, Nix can be useful, but just to make sure that we're on the same page with regards to what the Zig build system can do. So you don't need Nix to do hermetic builds. Zig does hermetic builds by default. So there are plenty of examples of Zig projects that are completely hermetic. Any Zig project that depends entirely only on dependencies provided by uh, build.zig.zon. So basically, if your entire build tree doesn't have like a link system library, then or similar things, then the build is already hermetic. You don't need Nix at all. But sometimes, so for example, um, my project here, Zine, my static site generator, which I'm mentioning, but not as a good example of a project with the Flake.nix. I'll explain now actually what issues I have with Flake. So this project here, my project, has a build.zig.zon. All dependencies are mine or are hermetic. They don't have none of what I do with Zine depends on the system. So this thing is already hermetic. So for some people, for some reason, people want to have a Flake.nix for this. And I made the mistake of accepting the PR. The problem is that I don't want to maintain the Flake.nix because I don't use Nix on Mac. I have Nix OS, but I don't develop Zine through Nix. There's no point for me or nobody else. But if you're doing everything through Nix, then for this project, also, I don't want you to use unstable builds. I want you to use released builds. So it was entirely my mistake to accept those PRs. If you then but let's say that it is another project where the maintainer is happy to have you download and build everything also via Nix, then yes, you need extra files, but those are like, they're not helping, they're just annoying because um yeah, okay, so you want to package your project, okay, that's fair. So this stuff that I have here is outdated, but I believe this is the process. So what's in here? You might want to take a look at this then. Zig2Nix from CloudF. Um, yeah, but be aware that it's not strictly necessary. Then yes, if you have a Zig project that does depend on system dependencies and you want to make that hermetic, then Nix is a way of doing that for sure. I think that a good working example. I honestly I think that this is fine. Like the CloudF stuff is fine, so you just need to use it correctly. Where basically you need to also you need essentially to generate this file that allows Nix to provide all the dependencies that Zig would otherwise want to download by itself, but the Nix doesn't want it to download. So that's the annoying part. I think that if you want a good project, I think Ghosty is probably the best example. Oh, they even have they're using a different system generated by Zone2Nix. J. Colley Zone2Nix. Oh, they're using a different system. Okay, I would consider Ghosty probably to be the best project in this sense. That would be my guess. Oh shit, I cannot just store this. I need to do the mask thing. Oh no. We need the discard function. I'm now realizing another thing that I'm doing wrong. I cannot just manipulate the read index this directly. It needs modulo logic. Otherwise, it's gonna poop itself. So we need not only read indices, but we need a form of discard. So there's like read first, then we can have discard first. Essentially, that's what we want. Read first, assume count. There we go. Read index plus count. It's essentially this, which to be honest, I just need to pass read index through mask two. I don't even need this method. Okay, is this going to help? Hopefully. That is okay. That is surprising. There is something else going wrong. We are definitely fixing issues. That is for sure. We are fixing issues, but man. Um, we need printing. I also need tea. I'm gonna go get tea. And then we had some printing and we see what am I doing that is dummy. So I think that at this point the index code has is free of all the main issues. We need to see now what dumb thing we're doing. We're doing some dumb thing. Also, I would argue that um, we should add some unreachables. For example, this should never happen. Oh shit, no, this will happen. I think our sequence numbers start at 0. That should not be the case. They should start at 1. Do we start sequence numbers at 1? Let's look at network. Send. Yeah, no, we start at 0. We should start at 1. Oh no, but we do +1 every time going here, so that is correct. We start do +1 first. So our sequence do start at 1. Uh so this is unreachable. Then this should be fine. And this should be unreachable. Um let's see. Okay, that is correctly unreachable, but we're still complaining about audio packets. So, well, that is interesting. Okay, interesting. I'll be right back. Okay. You know what? Maybe we are not even calling this function ever. Uh-oh. Maybe the problem is up here. It's in here. We never go in here. Mm-hmm. Let's see what we have to say. Oh, wait a second. I'm a dum dum. You know why it's like this? Because I turned off starting the playback at application startup and I forgot that I did. God damn it. God damn it. Okay. And we reached unreachable. Let's go. So, voice buffer depleted starting. Voice buffer depleted, and then we hit unreachable. 782. Wait, what? Okay, 782. We got to a packet. We got to a packet that has a sequence number that is not lower and not equal than ours right away. Oh shit. I'm dumb. Let's do it like this, which is better. No, wait. No. We need to do this like this. That is correct. First, we discard everything that is lower or equal to us. Then we do +1, and then we expect them to be the same. I mean, okay, show me what was the sequence number then. Okay, show me what the problem is. Current is 1, next is 2. How the heck did how the heck did we end up there? I don't get it. That makes no sense to me. So presumably, so current sequence starts at 0. Are we on agreement with this? Yes. Assumes the network packets start at 1. Yes. Okay, so just to double check, we look at the first packet. Okay, the only thing that I can think of is that my slices are weird. Let's print those slices. Maybe they have the wrong order. Maybe what we think is the first is the second, and what the fuck not. What? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10? What? Hey, Temporos, thought I watched some Zig while I zig. What are you zigging? Who wrote those numbers there? I'm getting sabotaged. I think by myself through the server. Are we really writing this garbage? We're not writing this garbage, are we? An OpenGL binding generator. Okay. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Am I somehow losing packets with the way I write them in? Let's look at the network. Let's look at what the network receives. Okay, make sense 1, in theory, we receive sequence 2, we send 3, we send 4. In the meantime, the voice buffer has been depleted. We get 4. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. We're losing every other packet, man. Oh no. Wait, are you saying that the reason why we were hearing weird was because all along, all this time, we were like essentially subjected to a 50% packet loss unknowingly? Bro, is this our fate? Just to why are we alive? Just to drop packets? There is no way. What is packet size? Very small. Less than 100, less than 200 bytes. Also, keep in mind, I'm sending them locally. I have a local server running. So there is no network packet loss. It's my code being buggy, for sure. I don't know how, but it seems that I've somehow messed up the server. I am really only sending. Oh my fucking god. Oh, interesting. If sequence is 0, it's an open stream. Hmm. That is really funny. That is really funny how I designed that. I mean, fair. Let's see if by moving that print somewhere something changes. Um, I move the print and I move it above some logic. So now more than looking at what it's sending, it's looking at what it's receiving. Yeah, and it's just, how are we fucking losing every other packet? Okay, so I bet you that I'm using send many on the client, and this is buggy in Zig. No, that makes no sense. How am I fucking losing every other packet, man? That makes no sense. It's this. Oh no, it's not this. Wait, debuff. This is just one receive, right? Yeah, we receive one incoming message. Only one. Are we? How are we dropping UDP packets? Oh, there we go. Fuck, it's this. Fuck, it's this. It's this. It's this. We have a return. We're not losing. We have a return. We also have encoding failure. Okay, but we have a normal return. Um, that's what's making us waste the sequence numbers. Okay, let's double check. We make a header. We encode the header, but only then we look if we have enough space for the coding. Okay, so this needs to go here. Please tell me that now it's gonna be fine. Oh my god, thank you. Oof, Jesus. Assert div exact. Okay. 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 Ah. Okay. Jesus. Jesus. So audio. We can start taking out some of the unreachables, although we're not hitting any of those. I'm gonna keep them pinned there for a while more. The assertion that we hit is that we call the code float, which expects frame count to be an exact divisor. But why does it do that? Or rather, I previously I think we wanted that. Now we don't really care, honestly. I think this assert can be thrown in the garbage. That is fine. Okay. There we go. Now it's working. Ah, kinda. What happened? Current 182, 192, next 193, 787. Holy shit, we did lose a packet. 192, 193. Wait, 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 wait. Wait, 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 wait. Oh, here we keep printing those fucking numbers. Okay, so yeah, we got 192, 193. Wait, where did 192 go? We need to scroll up to see the history of this stuff a little bit better. 191. Oh, oh, there we go. Microphone produced 191. We produced 191 in the microphone. Then we produced 192. But when we received it, we said, wait, audio thread is too slow. We don't have space for it. So we're dropping it. That is bad. To be fair, this packet size is increasing a bunch. So why is the audio thread too slow? I don't know why the audio thread is too slow. I think we should listen to the playback to see if we notice anything weird. So I'll uh, I'll turn on also audio for YouTube. Let's see what it sounds like, and I don't know. Test, test. Yeah, it doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound good. That means that I have some off by one errors, or I have some math errors in there, and the math errors are probably complicit in us going out of sync. So the fact that we have math errors is making me think that it's not this. It's not this. This code is solid. It's the audio code. Let's double check how it all works. Read first. First we grab voice. Then we look at length. Then we look at the minimum value between playback count and frame length and frame count. We read we're reading samples what we can. Then we load the next packet, which makes us do the code float, invoice data, or the code missing. The code missing we never tried. Right now we only been doing the code written. I think we're fucking up this math. Write index should be written. Read index should be written minus remaining. I'm getting some math wrong, and yet I'm for sure getting some math wrong. Otherwise, the audio wouldn't be borked. But I cannot identify where I'm making a mistake. Just to double check before we crash, let's stop printing psec because that is way too much. So this doesn't need any more printing. This code actually maybe current next I'll leave, but this code is mostly fine. So this one, this spammy printing can go, so we can focus better on the other one. I should probably start printing some indices to see if the movements make sense. Test. Not quite. I mean, it's reliably bad, which is good, but also not good. So let's see what we have in here. So what's happening? New packet. New packet. Yeah, so it should be new. It should be every time we deplete. Oh, okay. Is the code above correct? First question. The answer is I believe so, because this is the old code. It's very simple, well tested. Also, I didn't touch this code with my atomic changes, so this is as good as it was before, so I don't believe this is the source of breakage. Then voice buffer depleted. Next packet. I think we need to print the indices of this stuff. Let's print the state that we're in, because my understanding is that, okay, my assertion, which I do assert actually up here every single time, if you're entering here, we're asserting the voice.len is indeed 0. So voice.len being 0 means that we can pull back to 0 both read and write if we want to, because it's a legitimate thing to do. Okay, let's print these numbers and see if they make sense. Uh, okay. Voice buffer depleted. Next packet, whatever. Written 960. Remaining 512. Remaining 512. That is surprising, but okay. W is 960. R is 448. Len is 512. Reminder being 412. That's not good. Reminder being 512 is really not good. Let's add another print for the rest. Wait a second. Okay, we're definitely looking at sus stuff. This is really sus. Those numbers are sus. Really sus. Ritual code. Uh, huh? Okay. Test. So, from voice buff, written 512. from voice buff written 0. I guess every loop we could consume more than one opus packet then? Is this it? I think we need a while loop. I think we need a while loop for this stuff. Okay, I need to write better code for this. Because then it does from voice buffer written 512. Yeah, but it is still okay. These numbers are still broken because this says from voice buffer written 512, from voice written 0, depleted. We then obtain 960 frames. 512 we need to give. $960 total. Read this is 448 and len is 512. There is something sus. Okay, how many frames do we need to write? Okay, that will give us the full picture. Okay. Let's see. Okay, it wants 512. So we write 512. We end up with 0. We write 960. Okay, so here's where I'm starting to go insane. 960 is not twice. It's not 2 times 512. 2512 is 1024. Why do we write 960? From which then we should be subtracting 512. And then we believe that our length is 512. I feel like I'm fucking up this stuff in here. Okay, this is just remaining then. Okay, I think I was setting this guy wrong. I was setting the read index wrong. I think that was it. Test. Okay. Now it's good. And we're not falling behind. Test. Ooh. Test. Yeah. It is working now. And it's good. Yeah, there's echo. That's fine. That's kind of by design. Or rather, it's fine. So there we have it. This is now all working with a jitter buffer and no mutex. You know, everybody, every thread enjoying the moment. No mutex is inside, as the boomers like to say. With this, I believe we have working calls. I believe we have working calls with this. Now, one thing that I want to change is I want to reduce the Opus packet size, which might require to change some math, because my math is it's not yet fully generic. But at this point, let's remove some spamming. Let's remove some spam printing. I think that with this, we should be able to have a call with somebody that has a Mac. Now, I would like to try this out. Let me see if I can find somebody. Amlag should have a Mac technically. Is he around? Let's see if he's alive. Okay, he is going to be available in a few minutes. I think I should make this a branch. So I need now a strategy for building this. I mean for pushing this and committing it. So git checkout -b jitter. I'm just gonna call it work in progress. This code is not good for main branch yet. So next thing that I want to do. I would like to keep private the IP address of the server. So let's go full screen camera for a moment. I'm going to edit my my hosts file. Okay, I have a running server. Hopefully, I will not have to do anything weird to. Hopefully, I won't have to rebuild it. GUI client. Okay, GUI is connected. Well, we'll see. Once Matt comes online, we'll see if he is able to build everything. And yeah. So, um, yeah, I'm gonna refill my teacup. And in the meantime, Matt should be back in theory. I'm gonna put a countdown. So Bork, AFK, I don't know, 5 minutes, waiting for mlog um, to test Awebo calls. Okay, I'm gonna just go get the I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Um, Also, Mac Minis have internal microphones? They have an internal speaker. No internal microphone though. Yeah. Okay, I'm talking with Matt. He's trying to find a pair of headphones to connect to his Mac. He has a Mac Mini that he doesn't particularly love. He's just using it for development purposes. So, yeah. Okay, I'm looking at YouTube. I think that my YouTube chat has broken as usual. Let's see what people are saying. Where are you from? What is OSS Discord, guys? Where are you from, mate? Okay. Okay. Do. Let's see. So, in the meantime, what could we do to improve on this? Jesus. So it seems that we don't really need a traditional ring buffer. We have a very different way of accessing, like access patterns are very different. Here we are like essentially seeking forward. No, well, no, this is my own stuff. Sorry. So no, this one. What is it? Next packet is perfect. The perfect abstraction. No complaints whatsoever. This thing being a ring buffer is fine, but yeah. But the rest of the ring buffer stuff is ass. In fact, we are just using mask 2. We are literally not using any of the um atomic APIs. Yeah, right. Yeah, we're using Bright. Bright is the only atomic API that we're using. So that means that I think I'm gonna undo the atomic stuff, and I'm going to undo the atomic stuff, and then I'm gonna make a separate implementation for this. You know what? Maybe I'm just gonna directly plop the data buffer inside of Jitter, and I'm gonna use it directly. And then we need to think about what to do in terms of memory management, because we heap allocate things that we could avoid heap allocating. That's for sure. So why is Cloud an Electron app? If code is free, why aren't all apps native? Oh, ooh, ooh. Claude spent $20,000 on an agent swarm implementing kinda a C compiler in Rust, but desktop Claude is an Electron app. If you're unfamiliar, Electron is a coding framework for building desktop applications using web tech, specifically HTML, CSS, and JS. What's great about Electron is it allows you to build one desktop app that supports Windows, Mac, and Linux. Plus, it lets developers use existing web app code to get started. It's great for teams, big and small. Many apps you use are every day are built with Electron. Slack, blah. Discord, blah. VS Code, blah. Teams, blah. Notion, blah, and more, blah. There are downsides, though. Unfortunately, there are. Electron apps are bloated. Each runs its own Chromium engine. The minimum app size is usually a couple hundred megabytes. It's often laggy or unresponsive. They don't integrate well with OS features. Well, I mean, although, you know what? I'll say this last one, I guess it depends on what you're talking about, but in general, actually shouldn't be much of a problem if you put some effort into it. The problem is that, well, the whole reason why you're using Electron is that you don't want to put effort into it. So more than a limitation of Electron itself, it is like it is true. I guess maybe in general, but I don't think it's a big issue in itself. You know, though, what I think I removed most of the. Oh, well, you know what? I think we might need to deal with some of these codes here. Okay. Hello, Matt. Okay, so I'm talking with Matt on my main computer. You guys cannot hear him yet, but uh, this is fixed now. Hello, Matt. Everybody can hear you now.
Hello. Hello,
Hello.
everyone. I have been roped into testing something.
Nice. Thank you. So they can hear you, but they cannot see you. Just so that you're.
Okay, yeah, that's
Uh,
fine.
okay. So let me tell you, Matt. I think I might have working audio.
Okay.
That's a theory. We'll see once we do that in practice. But I think I
Is
did
it
all the
Mac
homework.
OS only at the minute, or?
Yes, macOS only
Okay.
because I redid all the audio backend stuff from scratch, and I only implemented it for like I redid the interfaces, and so I re-implemented it only for macOS. Actually, implemented because that was never implemented. The audio stuff that Andrew made is currently dead code.
Okay.
So,
Right.
uh, let me let me do the final a final small set of changes. In the meantime, um, there is a branch called Jitter that I'm about to force push to.
Okay.
So I'll let you know once I've done that, so they can pull. I just want to add one print. The print that I want to add is auto debug. Oh, here. Oh no, it's in next packet then. Yeah.
I just realized I'm going to need to download a particular version of Zig, probably, aren't I?
Yes. But we
What
can.
version am I? Is it like, is master on the website
Mm,
workable, or is that too?
no, it's on the. It's in the zone file.
Oh, okay. Is that specified? Okay.
Yeah, sorry. If we end up having big trouble finding that one specifically, we can try to merge a patch that gets us building back again with main with master branch. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm sure we can dig it out.
Okay, that was it.
Okay, yeah, I can download that. No problem.
Okay, I just pushed the jitter branch.
Cool. Okay, I've cloned that. Let me download Zig.
Yeah. In the meantime, I will give you um I'll give you the server uh IP and authentication credentials. Okay. Let's see. Mm, 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 mm.
Sorry, give me a bit. I'm trying to deal with doing things over VNC because yes, I'm still over VNC because I need to use this Mac like never.
Mhm.
Okay, that's build of Zig. So let's go into Awebo.
Yeah, the branch is called
Okay.
Jitter.
Yeah, I've got the branch. Is it just a plain Zig build I do, or do I need?
I suggest you do this. Uh, Create a directory, call it remote. So mkdir remote. Then
Okay.
inside, then go inside and run zig build. You should create this directory in the repository. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
then run zig build GUI dash d local dash cache.
Okay, so build GUI dash d local dash cache.
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, that will think of it as like you have a account that is located in that directory. So that way you can, because otherwise it uses like your local, so your like users home
User
directory.
local.
So yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whatever the equivalent of the XDG cache is, I guess.
So when it works, um, let's try your audio first locally, so that we can isolate if you have any issue with that. I'll show you how to do
I
it.
already like opened like voice memos and verified that I could record and play something back.
Okay, I just want to make sure that this also is true within Awebo, because
Oh,
you
okay,
know
I
how it
see. Yeah,
is.
yeah,
So I'll let you know how to do that once you see the screen.
yeah. I'm just waiting on. Oh, compile error. Expected tuple or struct argument found usize. I'm pretty sure. Did I did get the right version, didn't I? Or am I on? Did I somehow not clone the branch? What's git status? No, I'm on Jitter. Build 6 on. That's the version. Uh, I'm confused. One sec, I'll share my
Is the
screen.
zone file lying? Let's see, Zig version. Okay, let me see what's in the zone file. Okay, I don't have exactly the same version, but I'm not far from it. I'm at 2535. Let's see what you got.
Okay. 2535, you said. I can download that.
Reader interface error.
Writer, but yeah.
CI, sorry, writer.
But it's going through default log, so I'm assuming it's a logging call somewhere. I can reference
Oh
trace
shit!
this
You know what?
to
Maybe just for push a broken call because I'm an idiot. I am. I
sick.
am. Give me a
Cool.
sec. uh,
Did you not test that it compiles before pushing? Oh, sorry, I bumped Mike.
that is a good question. I thought I did because because I had the instance already running. Yeah, no, it's on me. I mean, in my defense, it's a branch, but yeah, I should have done better.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
it
really
also
disappointed in you.
yeah. Okay, I pushed.
Cool. And I've pulled. Let's try this again. There you go. Okay, so
Nice.
now I will put the credentials you sent me.
Yes.
That's an amazing password.
Thank
Oh right, I can't paste into VNC
you.
because software is amazing.
That is actually disappointing that they could support that. Oh well.
Oh, as far as I've been getting more and more frustrated every time I've had to use this Mac because Apple's VNC implementation just seems awful. Like it's gotten a lot worse than it used to be. Also, something's not
Disconnected.
happy. Disconnected sleeping. I'm just seeing spammed constantly.
Uh, disconnected.
Oh, I typed the wrong IP. That's what's going on. I mean, it's
Yeah.
weird that it's saying disconnected sleeping in response to that, but yeah, copied that IP wrong. There we go.
Okay, try. Okay, now restart the application because you got into a weird state. Sorry.
Cool. High quality software.
Yeah.
Okay, so closing the window doesn't
Yeah,
even
you know
fill.
why? Because this is essentially a runaway thread, and new IO doesn't
I
shut
see.
off.
Okay.
Okay, you can go. You can press the upper left settings button and then AV debug window.
Okay.
If you can turn on your microphone, and you should hear yourself back through local
I will.
playback.
I will need to switch to different headphones, so
Yeah.
I will not be able to hear you for now. And now I go into these headphones. Oh, right. Would like. Yep. Right. Um. This is not working as best as I can tell. I don't hear anything. Let
You
me
might
double
need
check it's not changed my
you might
sound
need to
settings
reboot.
before I am able to hear you again.
No,
Because
he can't hear me.
software is great.
I think you might need
Uh,
to reboot.
yeah, no, this. I think this is Awebo being funny. And now I can hear you again. Hello.
Okay, you might need to restart the application because I think that it might require a restart when you give those permissions the first time.
Um, wait, was that? I didn't see a permission pop up, did I? I
Yes, you did.
don't think I
You
did.
also said yes.
Oh, am I just crazy? Did I just forget I did that? Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
you're just too used to that kind of stuff.
Okay. Run it again. Settings, debug window, microphone. Right, and now I'll move back to the other headphones. Speaking, trying to make sound. I don't hear anything at all, as far as I can tell. Nothing's happening. No, yeah. I mean, once more for good. No, that's just. No, yeah, nothing happening at all.
Okay, next suggestion. Go in settings. Go in settings and yeah, turn off the microphone. Go in settings. Sorry, not that settings now. The one at the
Right.
bottom.
There's two
Yes.
settings.
Yeah. Uh, mm, oh man, you don't have that many options for. Try to select for audio output your speakers.
I'll select the right things for both for
Yeah.
fun.
Let's
So
see.
that and that. Okay.
Yeah.
And now try it again.
Yeah.
Okay. Back in a moment.
Huh.
These headphones. AV debug. Testing, 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 testing. Nope. That is a lack of
No.
audio.
Okay.
That would.
Um. Ooh, I don't know. Can you try one last time to basically restart the application so that we know we start from a clean state, and you select both, and you only select, sorry, your speakers.
Only select speakers. Okay.
Yeah.
One second. I'm just going to try my best to make VNC behave a tiny bit better. Oh, hello. Oh, wait. Oh, right. That's because God even knows why that happened. I'm going to close this Safari window, which will take a few seconds.
Yeah, that, oh my god, that is so weird. By the way, this should not be this bad. It has no reason to be this bad. Um, you know what I would recommend? Instead of using DNC, you should try to use I'm forgetting the name of the tool, but there's another remote desktop application that is sometimes used to do like it's the one that you ask your aunt to install if you were helping her with her computer.
Team viewer.
Yeah, TeamViewer actually. Yes, TeamViewer.
I mean, I can give that a shot, I
I, I
guess, at some
I'm
point.
not saying to do this now, but I'm saying in
No, yeah.
general, uh, I would say in general it might give you a better experience. Okay,
Okay, I'm switching my headphones back over to these before I enter the
yeah.
AV debug thing. Settings, that microphone. I'm speaking, I'm trying to say words, not much is happening, as far as I can tell. And like Mac OS can see the input level is visible there.
Fuck yeah, it can.
So yeah, Awebo's doing something fun.
Okay. Yeah. And so unfortunately, I don't know how to solve this because I think the problem is that the Bluetooth headphones have some weird settings that I somehow don't account for in setting up the audio stuff. And so what I'm
Okay.
guessing is that it fails somehow somewhere in a way that we don't see a report. Like I have error prints for like the most egregious stuff. The one thing that we don't know though, if the problem is at the microphone level or at the playback level. So uh, here's what I would say you try. Now start Awebo again and just connect to the voice channel and see if you can either hear or speak or anything. Probably not.
Okay.
Maybe it's all the audio stuff is busted on this machine and there's nothing we can do. But
Okay.
there's join
Switching
next to
headphones
voice
again, and
channel.
then I'll join the voice
No,
thing.
but there's no point. You don't hear anything. Oh no, it's right. That makes sense. He might.
Um. Okay. I've clicked
Test.
this. Oh, it crashed. It crashed. Quite quickly with a quite undefined address. Uh, let me.
Huh.
Hi.
Right, bro.
Did you know that Awebo GUI quit unexpectedly?
There is a segfault.
Hmm.
Self is full, and that is a null pointer. How?
It's not null. It's undefined. That's
Yeah, sorry,
AA's.
undefined. Like, but so if that address is undefined, it means that the whole pointer that we're looking at is garbage.
Yep. Self is good. Um. I mean, I would need to check is full, but presumably self is just a undefined pointer.
Yeah, no, yeah, I would say JB is the undefined pointer. So
Okay.
on the level above, we are already doing garbage.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Audio 721, but why have I never encountered this? Yeah, so we're trying to write to a jitter buffer. Basically, the line that says that we found a caller is lying essentially because this struct is embedded inside a caller. Uh, let's try again. Try to open a web again, just for curiosity, and see. I'm already in there, so this time you should see me already in there. Let's see what happens now.
I see you in there as admin. I can try joining the thing again. I hope you're not desperately trying to shout at me because I've taken those headphones off now. Okay, I'll try joining this.
Test,
Talking.
test, test,
I
test,
don't hear you. I don't know if
test,
you can
test,
hear
test.
me. getting a lot of dropping audio packets. In fact, I seem to be getting
Yeah.
approximately one every frame of audio, I think.
Yeah,
Um,
he's getting one because he
but
doesn't
yeah,
have playback.
I will now leave this call and switch back. Hello, could you hear me?
No, I mean
Okay.
through Discord, not through Awebo.
Well,
So
oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to mute on
yeah,
Discord.
the problem why you're dropping audio packets is because you don't have essentially a playback thread. So the audio playback thread fails to start, and so it's not pulling, it's not consuming this data, and so that's why we have an overflowing buffer. Um, yeah, so I mean, we concluded that audio just does not work. Is the Mac Mini anywhere near you?
Yes, it's directly next to me.
Okay, here's what you can do, which might be funny. Go in your Mac settings, select Mac Mini speakers as your default output device, and
Oh
restart
yeah, right. I
Awebo.
forgot it has a built-in speaker thing. Okay,
Yeah,
so I'll go there. I'll restart Awebo for good measure. Yep, it's leaked a lot of memory, Loris.
yeah. So right now I'm leaking audio samples. Yeah.
Okay, so just set that to my default and start it over and join the call again, or
Yes.
okay, I will switch this again. This is a great workflow.
There's no point
Chose
in
the best
switching.
possible way of doing this.
He switched headphones. There's no point. That's
Oh, it crashed. It crashed quite crashy.
oh, this one
Uh,
crashed.
ooh, what on earth is going on here? Ignore that. Big old frame, and then you're failing an int cast in Opus code. You're being called from AVF audio.
The code missing. We got into the code missing. Holy shit. And he gave a negative value. Ooh. Oh shit, that is a good point. Okay, you want to know what happened? This is so
What happened?
funny. So what happened is that you joined the call expecting to hear packet 0, but I'm already in the call. I've been in the call for a while now, and I'm now at packet sequence some number. And so I mean, my point is I didn't consider the fact that if somebody's in already in a call, they will be producing a sequence number that is not going to start at 0.
So it sounds to me like the only possible way to use Awebo right now is for everyone to join the call at the exact same frame.
Maybe, maybe. Um
And to have zero latency between one another.
yeah, pretty much. So you somehow have to synchronize. So you cannot
Mhm.
communicate through a Weibo, but you have to synchronize and press the button at the same time.
Perfect.
Um that is interesting. Well, to be fair, I've been testing this locally and I'm joining always at the same time as the only user. So at the same time as
Is it
myself in a sense.
so wait, you're saying same time. Is it like it works if it's within a short period of time or something?
No, no, no. I
Or
just run the server with Echo on, and so I send back
ah,
my
I
own
see.
packets. So I always
Okay,
send myself the starting with the packet 0.
I see.
That's why I didn't encounter this fairly obvious problem. That being said, the fact that the decoder returned a negative value after the coding, that is sus. That is really
Is it
sus. A negative
actually
value is an error
negative
code.
or
Well, I mean, either it should be, because if it's a positive number that overflows you no, it would have to overflows U64. It's a negative number. It
okay?
uses negative numbers for error codes. So also, but at the same time, I did not expect the code missing to be fallible because it doesn't depend on data from the internet. So I think that the incast in this case is fine because it's a programming error if it errors out. I mean, it would be nice maybe to see the code. Do you mind adding a debug print?
Yeah, on just what the value we're getting back.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. Um, Um, I'm not going to bother switching my headphones over at this
No, but
point.
there's no point because you in any case you're
Yeah.
not gonna hear from those headphones. So
Oh, right, yes, of course. Okay, let's scroll up. Can I click that scroll button? Oh, that's way too... Okay. Nope, that's the old error, I think. So I need to scroll back down. This is a great user
yeah, scrolling
experience.
up did not help you much, in my opinion.
Yeah, I really didn't.
Just
I'm
minus
getting
one.
-1.
Straight up minus one. Okay, let's see what this error code is. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I'm looking at Opus docs as well. Why do these docs not actually list the codes? They tell me their names, but I just on a weird
Oh, Opus
page.
Steps does not have Opus defines. Bad argument. One or more invalid out of range arguments.
Okay, so you're just passing some bullshit in.
I mean, I'm passing null as the input parameter, but that's what they want you to do. Am I passing null for the wrong value somehow?
What have we got here? Oh, is this a... Oh, right, yeah, it's an opaque, I see.
Oh, I think I know what it is.
What is it?
Line 81. That should be frame count. The
What
whole
should be...
line should be just frame count all
Oh,
uppercase.
okay.
Like if you look at the call in the function above, that is wrong.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Yeah, that's just doing frame count, yeah. Okay.
I don't know if that
So,
explains the minus one, but do you mind?
yeah, I'll try that. Frame count. I mean, that feels more correct, just because it means that everything that's not the samples or not the data is matching the code flow. So
Yeah. Okay. Try to join first this time. Let's see if it works. I'll join second.
okay, I'm in there. I think it says it can hear me.
Yeah, but I crashed because I think now it's my turn to hit. I think
Yeah, that makes sense.
the surgeon, but I guess I can take it out. Give me a sec. Test.
Oh, yeah, I'm hearing you out the thing. Are you hearing me?
I am not hearing you. The thing lights up from your. Sorry. Wait. Why the fuck do you light up? I don't know.
Yeah, it seems to be that like other what for me is other user is just the same thing lighting up for both of us. Like it's lighting when I'm talking and it's lighting when you're talking.
Yeah. So basically, yeah. I think your thing thinks that the other user is you. Do you hear me well from the speakers?
Let me take my headphones off and see how I'll say words.
Test. Do you hear me well?
Yeah, no, I hear you fine. That's completely fine.
Nice. That is the first time that a call does not sound glitchy or choppy. I wish I could be able to experience this myself as well.
Yeah. Um. Okay. So. Okay. So you can't hear me. Is that going to be to do with? What's that going to be?
Um, it's because your microphone right now is your Bluetooth headphones, and I am unable to start up audio correctly when you're using your headphones as the hardware device connected to the audio stream.
But it
Um,
seemed like it was detecting the input level, like it was doing the yellow highlight when I was talking.
mm,
I think it
I-
might just be the playback on the headphones that you're struggling with.
If that is the case, then with this setup right now, you should be able to go in settings, press microphone, go in, sorry, in the
Okay.
debug window, press microphone and hear yourself from the speakers.
Okay. I will try that. I'm gonna mute here because there's gonna be weird feedback if it works.
Okay.
No, yeah, that totally works.
Oh, you can hear yourself.
Yep. Could hear myself through that, coming through the Mac Mini speaker.
Okay, so that means that the problem is not your um, microphone. The problem is your headphones. Oh, wait. Maybe I know how to fix this. I don't know if you're watching my stream, but I might
I
be able
pulled
to
it up, but I've got it off screen. Let me pull it up. There. Now I can see it.
I might be able to fix it. Let's see. At least I can diagnose if I'm doing something silly in there. In playback, start.
I mean, your stream is just your face, right? I can't see your code in
Oh
it.
shit! Is it just my face? Oh my god! Sorry, guys. I mean, to be fair, we were just chatting right now, so there wasn't much to see on my screen.
I
But
took a
thank
minute
you.
to say that because I couldn't tell if I had tons of stream delay. But yeah, okay.
uh,
Cool.
I think this is it. I don't think it's is it input format maybe? Hmm. No, this should be right. This should be right, I think. Um you know what I think it is? I think that
Hmm.
your device has a, so I'll tell you what is the biggest problem that I experienced so far. Basically, there's always the problem of different sampling rates, different channel modes and whatnot. So Apple has this graph system where you create an audio engine, and then you take some sources. This is the playback audio engine, so it takes some sources. This is the default one, but I will add more sources. Like every time somebody joins a call, they will become a new source that gets connected to the graph. So you attach a node source to the engine, then you connect that source to the main mixer node. You could connect it also to other stuff. So we could connect the source directly to the output node, for example. But the reason why you don't do this is that the main mixer node, or in general mixer nodes, have the ability to do down mixing and resampling. So our sources use the stereo format, which I define up here as being 48K two channels. So we use 48K within Awebo, but your hardware might not be running at 48K. But in theory, the main mixer node, or in general mixer nodes, should be able to do the resampling necessary. So, but what I've noticed, what I've experienced is that it doesn't work for all settings. Sometimes the main mixer node will refuse to perform certain kinds of resamplings. So it might be that your headphones in here have a sampling rate that this guy refuses to resample towards because something fails down in the plumbing. I think this is a bug in their implementation because, according to anything that I've been reading, it's not something that I should be messing with myself much. But I might be wrong. There might be some other like non-obvious interaction that I would need to account for. So I would need to have the hardware to mess with it and see if I can make it work. That's kind of the idea. Matt, I don't know if you're saying anything. Sorry, I'm not hearing you.
No, yeah, sorry, I'm not saying anything. I
Yeah.
have nothing to say.
Uh, you know what? Maybe we could try to diagnose this, but I don't want to steal more of your time. This is boring and tedious.
Oh no, feel free. The other stuff I'm working on is basically
You want to mess with
rewriting the
this?
C backend, and that's not fun.
Okay.
So I'm happy to debug this for a bit.
Okay. So then here's what we can do. We can start to by printing what is the format that your headphones like to see. And so
Okay,
I'm gonna make the changes myself, and you just need to pull and rebuild.
sure.
Um,
If you're pushing, make sure you push that fix for the audio missing
I
whatever
did.
it was
Yes, I
thing.
did.
Okay, cool.
So format is let's call it HW format, AV audio format, HW format equals this NS log. Man, I hate that I learned how to write Objective C, but I
I was
did.
gonna say this looks horrible.
uh, yeah. So with this, we're gonna print what the output hardware format is.
It at strings like their format string thing.
I think I understand why. I don't know 100% for sure, but I think I got it. Basically, NSLog is an Objective C. It's a function that operates. Wait, this is not a weird Objective C thing, but it operates on Objective C types. It operates on objects.
Okay.
A string is not an object; it's just a C string. So we are using at to essentially automatically wrap that row string into a string object.
Great.
And
That's amazing.
okay, for example, if you're using an NS dictionary, is it called an NS dictionary? Seems so because it's not complaining. So it is a thing. Well, that's a hash map. So if you do something like this, then you do full square brackets and you want to access, let's say that your indices are numbers. You cannot do access index 5 because um, it doesn't want to, like it operates on objects. So you have to do not this. You have to do at
Oh no.
5.
What the fuck?
Yeah, because you have to wrap it into an object.
That's awful.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it is what it is, I guess. Okay, so we are printing the hardware format. Here's a thing that might be happening. What might be happening is that we turn on your hardware with a buffer size that is somewhat hostile to resampling, and so might be that the audio engine ends up failing out because the buffer size. So maybe this is like a form of configuration that we would need to do on our end. I don't know. It's so weird. It's not explained. Nobody knows. It's so fucking stupid. In any case, I'm gonna
Okay.
add this and we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I will. Well, I'll close Awebo and then I will pull.
Yeah, actually, let me try also to rebuild in case there's a compile error. I mean, I'm good at Objective C, but never mind. I'm the ultimate Objective C developer, except there's a crash because of there's another instance running. Okay, yeah, it should be good.
I have unstage chat. Oh right, yeah, that fix. Restore source. Okay. Well, actually, first let me set my output back to Oh, if my headphones disconnected. Great. Headphones connect, please. Pretty please. I need to pull these headphones off so I can put these headphones on so I can see if they're actually like turned on.
Jesus. Bluetooth headphones are a nightmare.
It's great. I love Bluetooth headphones. For the record, I didn't want to use these over Bluetooth. I USB-C'd them in, but macOS refused to recognize the input device over USB-C, only the output device, so I had to Bluetooth. Okay, that. Right, I'm just going to leave them on, and I'm going to run this. Oh, wait, I don't know why I'm leaving them on. This isn't going to work, we know that. But I'm wearing them now.
You should already see the output.
Oh, okay, one sec. Let me switch back to this.
Yeah. So when you
Hi.
turn on the microphone, you will see the capture hardware format, which is the capture of hardware format of your microphone. But the playback starts at application startup. So there's a print line
Is it
up
further
above.
up somewhere?
Yeah. It's one of those that doesn't start with the Zig prefix
Oh,
because it's
yeah,
from
of course.
NS.
So audio. Oh, is this where we're
Yes.
looking?
Yes. Oh, it's mono 16,000 hertz. So those headphones are mono. I mean, that makes sense because
Okay, well, this is no, they're not. Like...
no, but it makes sense. It's because they are in. Oh, that actually, wait, that is a good question. Well, it's because they are in voice call mode, right? So in voice call mode, audio quality goes down, but then you gain the ability to use the microphone.
Is that how that works? I frankly do not know.
Yeah, Bluetooth works this way.
Okay.
Like you have stereo
you.
plus good audio quality when you're not in a call, and then when you're in a call, it becomes shitty phone quality.
Okay, sure.
So yeah, you can see there's like mini speakers, then there's your headphones, your microphone, output hardware format, one channel, 16,000 hertz, audio playback started. So, but that being said, it seems that we're lying because we think that the audio playback has started, but it hasn't really. Wait a second, am I being a complete dum-dum?
You just like not handling mono
What?
correctly?
Wait a second, because I'm starting to think maybe I regressed the local playback and I forgot about it. Let me double check. Test.
What?
You know what? I regressed the local stuff and I forgot.
What do you mean by that? Because remember, it was working fine when my output was the Mac Mini speaker. Like through the debug thing.
Through the debug, it was working?
Yeah, when my output was the speaker on the Mac Mini rather than my headphones.
Let me double check. Oh yeah, we're dancing. We're dancing into the main audio playback stream. Okay. Oh no, we're doing the simplified one. Okay. So this should work. Okay, let me see if I then. Oh, here's why it doesn't. Okay. This would be monitor only, and then we do like this. Okay, you are right. This works probably. Let me test. Yes. It was just like my audio setup in OBS. Okay. So I think we're getting that the audio playback started while it hasn't. You can confirm, right, that microphone on does not do what it should.
Yes, I mean I can double check again if you.
No. I trust you.
I'll double check again, but
okay.
Would be weird if it started working now. Microphone on. Yep, can't hear anything. Nothing. No.
Yeah, you know what?
I can confirm it doesn't do what it should.
You know how you find more information about this type of errors? Because I can promise you, I'm not eating errors in in what's it called?
In your Objective C.
In my
Okay.
Objective C. I do have an error in here. I call engine start and return error, and the engine does start, and it has no complaints whatsoever, and then it doesn't run.
Okay.
But there's a tool in macOS called Console. Have you ever used it?
Um. Wait. What? What does this do?
Okay, get ready because you're gonna have fun. Press start streaming, not screaming. Press start streaming,
All
and
right.
then
The
close
one there.
Awebo.
Yeah.
We will enjoy. We will start screaming in a bit.
Wait. Why am I doing that? I want to close that,
Okay,
and I'm just
in
going to
uh,
play my screen.
in console before restarting in console, try to make it a little bit bigger because this is a little bit small.
Okay. Let me do that,
Yeah.
and
Okay, in the upper left, upper right search, just type Awebo.
okay.
Okay, now and then there's a button to clear. I
Is it
think it's
that?
yeah.
Clear. Okay.
Okay, start Awebo, and then we'll see in there any system message related to our application, in case we do something that the system doesn't like.
There we go. Sorry, terminal was being weird. Okay, so I assume I don't need to start the thing or
No,
anything.
you don't need to do anything. The GUI stuff. The complaints about the GUI stuff. I don't see any message from audio though.
There were a lot of messages up here. Like this
Yeah, you
scrolls
can look
there,
at.
but
You can look at. Oh,
shall I look at all of the error,
I
like the
think there's
things with dots?
somewhere talking about audio.
Um, this is mentioning audio stuff. That's sorry, I have no idea how this works. If there's a specific thing you want me to do, let me know. But I'm just kind of
Some
scrolling through.
messages. There are some messages in there that talk about audio errors.
Okay. Oh,
So,
just the I was assuming that all of the things without like a dot in the type were not important. Was that a silly assumption?
no. Try to type audio. Maybe that also helps.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, let me just make this big. Right. Uh I mean, I don't there's still a lot of Oh wait, is this including is this search NE? How do
No,
I
but it should be only for Awebo. You know what?
I think no, I think it's doing like both.
Or
I think
okay,
it
then remove audio because no, we don't want that. We want a
yeah,
Weibo. At some point, you scrolled through, you scrolled past a bunch of messages that were saying HAL something HAL CPP. I think at the
okay.
top of that, it was more indented. I think at the top of that list was a good error message related to audio.
Okay. Um, wait, are we? What did you say I was looking for? Sorry.
Something in indented text that refers to CPP files.
Okay. Ah, indented. Oh wait, no, that's files. Oop. One sec. VNC is being fun. Okay. So. Oh right,
Created a
scrolling is.
new in-process converter from two channel. Wait, 44.1 thousand hertz de-interleaved to two channel 4400 hertz interleaved. Why? Where? From 2 to 1. From 2 to 1. You know what I'm thinking the problem might be? I think the
What?
problem is that at application startup, your headphones might be running at a different setting than once we start capturing the microphone. But this still doesn't. That is still weird because we did see in the print that it was running in mono 16K. So I don't know why this is doing. what we're seeing it doing. Like, why is it doing conversion to 44 100 hertz? Nobody needs that.
Yeah, well, it's not just that it's converting. It's like both the source and the target are set as 44.1K in that output,
Yeah, which is really weird.
which is really weird because I assume there's no circumstance in any situation where you'd ever do that because either
Yeah.
you're taking input and converting it to 48 or you're converting 48 to output. Um,
Zero channel, zero input render format, zero channel, 0 hertz. Okay, bro. I think that the plumbing of the system API is glue and spit, trying to keep it all together. Because it keeps producing the wildest exceptions, and I never happen to be able to make any sense between what's happening down there and and what we're trying to achieve here up here. It's so weird, man. In theory, also these messages should mention a subsystem, the subsystem that they come from, and all the audio stuff has no subsystem defined.
I see.
Well, yeah, I don't have an answer for now.
Cool.
Just one giant Mac moment. What can I say?
Yeah, high quality software.
Hello, Blurry Cat. It's so weird. It's actually sad because I got working calls like well, okay, I need to fix the sequence packet stuff, but once I fix that, and maybe I stop leaking audio data, then we're gonna be in business. Voice calls are gonna be genuinely usable.
Hmm.
Yeah, but this over the device stuff is weird. Let's see. Audio engine not working with Bluetooth headphones.
I mean, I guess if you want me to try, I can unplug my normal headphones from my normal laptop and plug them into the Mac Mini, and I can see if things work on them.
Um, well, I mean, you know what? I think it's not worth it because I don't know how
Okay.
easy or hard it is for you, but ultimately, we were able to. You did test that I'm able to send you audio in a way that is not choppy. Um,
Yeah.
so that part is, I would consider a success already. So, I would be actually more interested in trying to see if we can make work these headphones specifically because that's a device that in theory should work that doesn't seem to
Yeah.
work. But maybe not now. I guess this is for the future. Actually,
Okay.
my dream would be that somebody that actually knows this stuff, somebody swoops in and writes all the silly Objective C code that I'm probably missing. I guess. Anyway,
Um,
yeah.
do remember, by the way, that there was also the bug that you couldn't hear me through the thing, right? Even though my microphone was working. Was that just to do with the packet sequence thing, or was that something else?
Huh. Well, good point. Oh.
Had you forgotten about that issue? Okay.
Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Um, good point.
Although actually, there's a chance that was just some weirdness with your OBS audio setup because you were having problems after that point that you fixed by doing something in OBS, I think.
Yes, that is true. Actually, I would say that this was most probably what it is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. Wait, so that means that in theory we could get into a call right now, and I would be able
Yeah,
to hear you all through Awebo. Wanna try? That I would
yeah,
like to
give it a
try.
shot. I will set the output back to the Mac speakers. Come on, Mac, you can do it. There, okay. I'll go onto these headphones. I'll mute myself. I'll join Awebo.
Okay. Test.
Uh, you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you just really bad. Holy cow.
I mean, these are headphone mic. Is it like that?
It's really bad. Do you hear me well? Okay, I'm completely unable to hear you. Sorry. Let's switch back to the normal call.
Hello. Yeah, obviously the audio quality I was getting is about what you'd expect from the built-in speaker on a Mac Mini,
Yeah,
but for that it was perfect.
I see. Your voice was really bad. Um
Like
I
resampling problem
I
or
think
something.
so, like, even exactly, yes. Even I think within a single packet, that sound was not doing well. It was very quiet, and I don't know, just very robotic. Not great.
Okay.
Yeah. I think those headphones are just not being handled correctly in a way. But my guess is that I'm missing some some hardware device management code that would either set some settings in the device in order to operate properly with our application, or some other setting in Audio Engine to compensate for the device being sucky.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm hearing is I accidentally gave Awebo a really good stress test with my choice of audio device.
Jesus, yes. What a nightmare. I mean, now I'm curious to see if AirPods cause the same issues, because they are Bluetooth, and uh, very common. So I'm gonna use that as a surrogate for crappy headphones in the meantime, I guess. Uh, yeah. Well, thank you, Matt. I think I'm gonna stop here. This was good. I'm getting closer. We are getting closer. It's just not quite there yet, but there's not that many things I think that audio can still throw at me to prevent me from doing actual work, like getting actual working calls. Oh well, I don't know. You want to say goodbye to the people on stream?
Yeah, goodbye, Loris' stream. I hope you enjoyed this demonstration of Awebo not working at all.
They're used to this stuff. So
I
that's
hope
just
the
life.
past 6 hours were worth it for that payoff.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break, and then it worked yesterday. Yeah, but the I think in this case, what's happening? Well, first of all, I broke a bunch of stuff to put in a jitter buffer that we didn't have before. But also, those headphones are like really pain. Does this help, Twilio? What's happening? Cannot get Twilio to route audio to Bluetooth headphones. Interesting. Okay, did anybody fix this? Discover that even though the AV audio session is being set up in, so I'm now using audio session because this is audio session is a mobile thing which we don't have. Let's see. Example: AV audio engine will still have to use the shared instance set category call from within our service application as well as to get this to work. In our init handler, before the application finishes, allows Bluetooth connection to function. Thank you, Marquis. That is, I think this is a good point. There is no AV audio session on macOS. I guess what I need to figure out is this kind of stuff something that I might need to do somewhere else? I just know that if you try to access AV audio session from macOS, you get a compile error because it tells you that it's not available on Mac. I think I can even show these. API available iOS, watchOS, tvOS, API unavailable macOS. So this whole concept of an audio session is a mobile only concept. So I don't know. Maybe it applies, maybe it doesn't. We'll see. In any case, thank you all. I'm gonna call this stream here. I'll let you know how it goes.